Announcement by Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Motion of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service. Proposer, Honorable Matthew Estima. Seconder, Honorable Bashiru Sileke.
I don't eat about two shots still. I don't eat about that still. I don't root you for me.
Leader of government business, can we proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, sorry for coming in late. Circumstances beyond my control. trying to solve one or two issues. Mr. Speaker, I want to amend the order paper. After consultation with Mr. Speaker and the Clerk of Parliament with the chairperson for trade, Mr. Speaker, I move that item 5 on the agenda be expunged, and the amendment here, prayer same, item 2 same, 3 same, item 4 government motion same, item 5 removed, and it should be now item 5, not Roman 1, it only be item 5, the Ministry, the Appropriation Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, with the amendment proposed, I so moved.
Any seconder? Clerk, take note of the seconder. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Motion for the amendment of the order paper moved by the Leader of Government Business has been carried. Motion of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service. Proposer, Honorable Matthew S. Nima. Seconder, Honorable Bashir Siriki.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend you for making the chamber very free of crowding. And today I see the DC is with me right from my back. I was thinking I'm coming to read it would be a very hectic time for me. Mr. Clark, thank you very much for making this place very conducive for us today. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the second session of the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone, the 4th report of the Committee on Appointments and Public Service on parliamentary vettings of presidential nominations. The Public Service on Parliamentary Vettings of Presidential Nominations, December 2024. Introduction. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Committee on Appointment and Public Service that is charged with the responsibility of vetting presidential nominees to serve in such important offices of state met on Monday 9th and Tuesday 17 December 2024 and interviewed 20 nominees for the following appointment. 1. 2 ministers. 2. 7 ambassadors or high commissioners. 3. 11 chairpersons of various boards of commissions or parastatals. And 4. 6 board members and commissioners. The committee conducted its hearing within the usual framework of procedures and interviewed the nominees on issues pertaining to their backgrounds to ensure that they have the required education and proven track records in pertinent situations for such appointment to important offices of state. 4 probing questions put to the nominees, put to the appointees, covered wide-ranging issues relating to declared assets, tax obligations, and their vision for productive tenure. Issues of unsuitability or otherwise were closely looked into by the committee. The 4th sitting of the committee on Monday, 9th December 2024, in tandem with the above, therefore, the committee interviewed the foreign presidential nominees on oath. 1. Mr. Philip Bob Jusu, proposed ambassador, Sierra Leone Embassy, Brussels, Belgium. All right. Like, when we are getting to the end of the year, things are changing gradually. Meditations, the spirit of festivities in your sound. Right, so, you understand. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Jisu brings over 15 years experience in diplomacy, international development, geopolitics, and public policy. Mr. Jisu started his international career with refugees resettlement programs in New Zealand and then later transitioned to the United Nations mission station in Kosovo in 2009. Mr. Speaker, there are some undertones are very offensive. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the nominee holds degrees from several prestigious international acclaimed universities and institutions, including a university from the United Kingdom, University College Dublin from Ireland, University of Groningen from Netherlands, the University of Waikato from the University of New Zealand, and from Frabbe College, the University of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, at the time of his appointment, he served as manager, Africa Strategic Partnerships of Google, where he motivated and strengthened relationships to advance Google's objectives in sub-Saharan Africa. The nominee was lauded by the committee for his solid academic credentials and wealth of experience in field of diplomacy. He was advised to help Sierra Leone regain her voice in the field of multilateralism and geopolitics. On the perennial issues revolving around the immigration of our nationals to Europe, Mr. Bob Jisu said, quoting him, he plans to work with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Immigration Department and Belgian authorities to ensure migrants have correct documents for entering into European Union countries. End of quote. Lieutenant General retired Peter Kakawo Lavahun. Proposed High Commissioner to the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Lieutenant General retired Peter Lavahun is a highly motivated, experienced and result-oriented military officer with distinguished record of selfless and loyal service to the state spanning over 3 decades. He has wealth of experience in command and leadership, cadre, in the management of defense and preserving national security. Retired General Lavahun has successfully served in various military appointments for over a considerable period of time, representing the Ministry of Defense, Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces at the local and international fora. Retired General Lavahun holds a bachelor's degree from Frabbe College, University of Sierra Leone, and a master's degree in Peace and Development Studies from Jala University College, and another master's degree in Military Science and Strategic Studies from the National Defense University for the University of China. Before his recent appointment, retired General Lavahun served as Chief of Defense Staff, responsible to provide command and control of the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces. Commenting on his adaptation to the diplomatic world after a lifelong service in the military, the nominee said, quoting him, in the military, in the army, as you move up the leadership ranks, you are taught diplomacy, leadership and strategic management. My transitioning to the world of diplomacy essentially means representing and articulating the position of the government of Sierra Leone on bilateral and other official engagements. I want to ensure this committee that if approved by this House, this role will be performed with patriotism, he concluded. He promised to work closely with Kenyan authorities to strengthen the already existing ties between Sierra Leone and the Republic of Kenya to market our country to deserving investors. Dr. Mohamed Kanja Sise Jr. Sierra Leone Embassy, Paris, France. Thank you. Take your seat. Dr. Mohamed Kanja Sise Jr. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Dr. Mohamed Kanja Sise is a fine gentleman with vast knowledge in international politics and relations. From April 2024 to date, he served as the staff of the permanent mission of Sierra Leone to the United Nations, New York, United States of America. During this period, he represented Sierra Leone's permanent mission in matters relating to the United Nations Security Council's sanctions committees, where he served as a lead in providing technical advice on matters relating to peace, security, and governance issues. His rich profiles reveal the following. From January 2015 to April 2024, Political Affairs Officer, United Nations Secretariat Department. September 2012 to January 2015, Associate Expert, Political Affairs, United Nations Secretariat, the Department of Political Affairs. September 2012 to January 2015, Associate Expert, June 2012 to August 2012, West African Program Coordinator, Open Society Foundation Youth Initiative, Dakar, Senegal. April 2011 to May 2012, United Nations Volunteer Country Coordinator for the ECOWAS Volunteer Program, EVP, Monrovia, Liberia. Responding to probing questions on the strengthening of bilateral ties between Sierra Leone and the Republic of France, Dr. Sise said, quoting him again, the relationship between Sierra Leone and France is a win-win situation for both countries. Sierra Leone has huge investment opportunities, and France is one of the destinations of those investors. If approved by this honorable House, my main focus will be to build on the already existing ties and organize investment conferences to accelerate economic growth and development. End of quote. And he concluded. Retired but not tired, Major General David Fred Alpha, proposed Deputy High Commissioner, Sierra Leone High Commission, Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you. Take your seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, retired Major General David Fred Alpha is a highly motivated and experienced retired senior military officer with 32 years of outstanding service to the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, ARSLAF, and the nation. He is a proven leader and a battle-tested commander that develops strategies to meet mission objectives. He is an accomplished officer with strong sense of nationalism, patriotism, and expert to develop and design operational plans and policies. He is an adept communicator with extensive background in military leadership and security issues. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, over the past 32 years, retired Major General David Fred Alpha service reviewed the following. 1. 2022 and to 2024, Commander, Joint Forces, Cochrane, Barracks, Freetown, where he exercised full command and control over joint military operations, JMO, involving land, air, and maritime forces within the ARSLAF. He and his gallant soldiers successfully repelled unknown assailants from overthrowing the democratically elected government on the 26th November 2023. Not for me, sorry. He and his Ghana soldiers successfully repelled the unknown assailants from overthrowing the democratically elected government. Allow me to conclude the sentence. No. Why are you pointing fingers at them? No, you're not going to clap. Don't even bother. Don't even answer. On the 26th of November 2023, with enormous leadership and bravery, thereby sustaining major injuries in the process. 2020 to 2022, Commander, 3rd Infantry Brigade Freetown. 2018 to 2020, Commander, 4th Infantry Brigade, Makeni. 2014 to 2017, Director of Defense, Logistics and Equipment, Ministry of Defense, Freetown. 2013 to 2014, Chief of Operations, UNAMID, Sector West, Darfur, Sudan. Major General Retired Alpha promised to work closely with his substantive boss and was praised across party lines for his remarkable career in the military. He was admonished by the committee to proffer advice on military agreements between Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara, proposed Deputy Ambassador, Extraordinary Plenipotentiary, Paris, France. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara is a media executive and professional with over 17 years experience. She possesses a strong background in working. Mr. Speaker, the chamber, I realize from my back, is very noisy. Mr. Speaker, I come. Mr. Speaker, that's what you can tell you we can't hear them. Every you don't get it. You ask me for okay. You ask me for okay. You ask me for okay. I will stop. I'm very different. You ask me for okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara is a media executive and professional with 17 years experience. She possesses a strong background in working with development partners and international organizations, including the United Nations Development Programme, World Bank, and the International Finance Corporation. She has knowledge on current events, industrial trends, public policies, and gender issues. The nominee is a holder of a diploma in mass communication and a master's degree in media and communications from the University of Leicester, from the United Kingdom. Prior to his appointment, Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara served as Deputy Minister of Information and Communications 2019 to 2021, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation 2021 to 2023, and served as Director at the Field Saloon Project Office of the President, in assuring members of the committee on maintaining a stronger relationship with the Republic of France and other accredited missions. Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara said, quoting her, the mission to France and other accredited nations will benefit Sierra Leone, amongst which the prospect of issuing Schengen visa in Freetown will strengthen diplomatic relations with other nations surrounding France, she concluded. Mr. Kalilu Ibrahim Totangi, proposed deputy permanent representative, political United Nations. Thank you. Thank you. Proposed deputy permanent representative, political United Nations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, please take note. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Kalilu Totangi is a highly motivated strategist, program developer, educationist, communication expert, and media professional with more than 18 years experience in public service. He possesses broad range experience in advocacy, civic education, and stakeholder mobilization for national development. The nominee holds a bachelor's degree in education from the University of Sierra Leone and a master's in fine art from the Howard University in the District of Columbia, United States of America. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Totangi served as executive chairman of the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, responsible for the recruitment of administrative staff and lead the propagation of national values through civic education. He supervised the development of civic education curriculum for adaptation into basic education schools level. Commenting on his role at the United Nations, Mr. Totangi opined that most of what happens at the United Nations is political. I will be representing Sierra Leone at the United Nations deliberations and negotiations, particularly in the United Nations Security Council and General Assembly, to clearly articulate government position at the global stage. I will be also providing policy advice to the President, Minister of Finance, Minister of the Foreign Affairs, and lead the United Nations missions at meetings as directed by the permanent representative. He concluded. Mr. John Abu, proposed Resident Minister. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. John Abu, proposed Resident Minister, Southern Region. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. John Abu has over 25 years work experience with reputable institutions and organizations with proven leadership ability, both in the public and private sectors. He holds a first class in sociology and master's degree in rural development, both from Jalal University College, Sierra Leone. Before the appointment, Mr. Abu served as the region chief of Banda Kemo Chiefdom in Bon District. The nominee was praised across the eyes of his astute knowledge in local government administration. He was further admonished to work closely with local councils to ensure development and maintains law and order in the southern region. Mr. Raymond Carter, proposed chairman, Produce Monitoring Board. Thank you. Take your seats. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Raymond Carter is a program and human rights specialist with over 15 years spanning experience in planning development and administering programs and projects in public and non-profit sectors. He has skills to implement strategies to increase program performance in service delivery. He has proven expertise in leading public sector reform initiatives. The distinguished nominee holds a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies from Westfield State University, Westfield, in 2006, and a Master's in Human Rights and Democratization, Global Campus in Venice, Italy, in 2015. And later did another Master's of Science in Human Services with specializations in leadership and Springfield College in Springfield. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Carter served as a lecturer at the Institute of Public Administration and Public Management and Senior Director of Programs at the National Commission for Social Action, NACSA. In his response to questions on what will be his key deliverables, if approved, Mr. Raymond Carter said, quoting him, "Revamping the value chain at the police board will be my main aim. As a board, we will advise the management to maximize shareholders' value and interest while taking into consideration the interest of all stakeholders within the agricultural value chain to enable Sierra Leone Produce Marketing Company export quality products for rapid economic growth," he concluded. The committee advised the nominee to draw on his wealth of experience to encourage management expedite reliable market linkages to finance smallholder farmers to boost our economy. Mr. Moses Roy Jonathan Williams, proposed Chairman, Statistics Sierra Leone Council. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Moses Roy Jonathan Williams is a career statistician with a pictorial of experience in population statistics with a nearly 4 decades span working experience at Statistics Sierra Leone and then Central Statistics. He holds a Master of Science degree in Statistics from Jala University, in addition to the other professional certificate to his credit. He held several administrative positions. Currently leading to the conduct of our national population and housing censuses. He is a diligent, result-oriented, and unassuming professional that caters for holistic institutional growth. In 2018, the nominee was appointed chairman of the Statistics Sierra Leone Council, the position he held till the expiration of the tenure with much progress. The committee reaffirmed all earlier recommendations made in the 5th Parliament for renewal of his chairmanship at the Statistics Council. He also promised to advocate for more modern methods of conducting housing census for sustainable development. Mr. Joseph Munda Bindi, proposed chairman, National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, NACI. Mr. Joseph Munda Bindi is an educationist and a development expert with special interest in quality environmental development. His name rings a notable bell within the local governance and decentralization sector, where he served as 2-term chairman for the Board District Council 2012 to 2023, and worked as seriously to promote the peaceful coexistence of communities through development projects. Within this tenure, and because of his quality leadership, he served as president of the Local Council Association of Sierra Leone since 2018. As a president, he served as a member of the steering committee that helped the Ministry of Local Government to review policies on decentralizations. Among his lofty resume, in 2019 to 2024, he served as Commissioner of the Teaching Service Commission, CSC, a member of the boards of Sierra Leone Water Company, Sarwaku, Legal Aid, and Secondary School in the district. He holds a master's degree in education in environmental management and quality control from Jala University in 2015. The committee adjudged him as a seasoned administrator, always desirous of timely and quality output. Addressing the concerns of the committee on cascading the concept of civic education to the general public, the nominee said, quoting him, "Civic education is key in raising patriotism and awareness among citizens. Our strategy is to reach out to the nursery and primary schools to inculcate in the children patriotism that at all levels," he concluded. Mrs. Letitia Ja Mansoura, proposed member, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. Thank you. Mrs. Letitia J. Mansoura is a clinical laboratory scientist with credible work experience at the California Pacific Medical Center, San Francisco, California, 1995 to 2010. Toxicologist, 2012 to 2017, at the Gaza Regional Laboratory, Richmond, California, where she analyzed serum and body fluids and performed other standard procedures for quality treatment. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in biology with emphasis on clinical sciences for the University of San Francisco. And she is a member of the African Association of Clinical Pathologists in 1982. As a scientist, she believes in quality output as a drive for institutional growth, which she promised would be her hallmark on Commercial Bank. Mr. Lansana Kone, proposed chairman, Small Telecommunication Company, Siratel. Thank you. Mr. Lansana Kone is a pragmatic politician with adept engineering and project management leadership skills that enhanced his successful work career pathway at the following institutions. 2018 to 2022, International Global Solutions, XXxx, Freetown, as a Director of Operations, in charge of monitoring and regulatory compliance. 2013 to 2017, as a Supervisor for the Community Agricultural Development Association, CARA, Sierra Leone, that supported small-scale farmers within Western Rural and beyond. He was appointed Justice of the Peace in 2021 and maintains a revered personality within the Leaders' Caucus of ruling party. Holds an engineering certificate from the City Guys Institute, London. Answering to questions on the resuscitation of Sierra Leone Telecommunications Company to have competitive edge in the global market, Mr. Kone said, quoting him, the company has hopes of regaining her former glory if the government of Sierra Leone can allocate a special budgetary allocation for research and development and hire highly motivated staff. Siratel is almost moribund and requires saving the interest of Sierra Leone lives that served diligently at the company before the insolvency, he concluded. Dr. Wusu Sano, proposed chairman, National Monitoring and Evaluation Agency, NAME. Thank you. Dr. Wusu Sano, proposed chairman, National Monitoring and Evaluation Agency, NAME. Dr. Wusu Sano hails from the Kameamba Chiefdom, Moyamba district. He is a renowned scientist and educationist, a seasoned administrator, and a skill development expert. He's departed from the teaching class to assume the position of Mayor of Bo. Take into the correction, one of. The position of Mayor of Bo City, 2008 to 2012, brought huge impetus to the decentralization process. His astute leadership helped to decentralization secretariat, headed then by the current secretary to the president, to tailor out policies on which our decentralization process is striving today. At the Board City, the structures and cleanliness still being maintained, take note of the correction, still being maintained and reverberate the good work of the nominee. At the Jala University, he lectured chemistry 1979 to 1991 at all levels with diligence and produced excellent curriculum results over the years. The nominee was a Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry for the University of Ibadan. The committee adjudged him as a fine academician that can excel anywhere due to his transparent human relations. Commenting on the importance of monitoring and evaluation in ensuring quality government programs and projects, Dr. Usisano said, quoting him, monitoring and evaluation are key to ensure government programs are implemented within the expected time frame. As chairman, if approved, I will draw a holistic blueprint to monitor all government programs. I am also planning to work with the management to provide expertise in areas where the key lack and provide advice to ministries, departments and agencies to expedite the NAMED programs, he concluded. Take note of the word NAMED, it's not named. Mr. Joseph Jonathan Danema, proposed chairman, Swallow Water Company, Salwaku. Thank you. Take this. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Joseph Jonathan Danema has more than 40 years' experience in development programs, planning, implementation, advocacy in poverty eradication. He is a strong campaigner for policy, knowledge, aptitude, and practice change to help the poorest of the poor. He is a value chain analyst, food security and poverty alleviation expert, researcher and project cycle management expert, who has contributed to several organizational development and planning processes. Mr. Joseph Danema enrolled in Jela University College in 1976 and graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture General in 1980. He later obtained a master's degree in Agricultural Economics and Sociology with strong rural development electives for the University of Glasgow, Germany in 1991. From 2019 to date, he is a Chief Executive Officer, Investment Forum for Community Development, and in April 2018 and to 2019, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, Republic of Sierra Leone, where he supervised multilateral funded programs, including World Bank, IFA, Islamic Development Bank, African Development Bank, etc., etc. Responding to the concerns of the committee on the then perennial water crisis, especially in the city of Freetown, and how he will address this, the former minister pledged his commitment to restoring the past glory of Salwa. The committee advised the nominee to expedite opening of the company in all major towns in the country. He was further admonished to provide policy guidelines to ensuring there is clean, affordable, accessible water supply to the general public. Mr. Alusain Kabo, proposed commissioner, Northern Region, Local Government Service Commission. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Alusain Kabo is a distinguished personality who has served in various facets of development, including education, mass communication, and disaster management. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in History and English from Frabic College. At NACOVAC, he served as media analyst, providing regular, factual, and credible information to the public. At the then National Telecommunication Commission, now NAPSCA. He served as General Service Officer. From 2022 to date, he is a Senior Disaster Officer at the National Disaster Management Agency. Mr. Kago was admonished to work collaboratively with the chairman to review the transfer of council staff. The committee unanimously recommended that for every transfer, the staff should have taken at least 3 years in his previous location. Engineer Kelly Walter Hughes, proposed board member, Electricity Generation and Transmission Company. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Engineer Kelly Walter Hughes is a mining is a proper noun. Is a proper noun, I've told you. He is a mining engineer with over 20 years experience in processing plant operations, engineering administration, training, development, and leadership skills. Mr. Ken Walter Hughes is a holder of a Master of Bachelor of Degree in Engineering with honors in Electrical Engineering and Master's degree from Walden University in Management for the United States of America. The nominee is currently serving as the Vice President of the Israeli Institute of Engineers. Prior to this appointment, Engineer Hughes serves as a mining manager of Israeli Ruta Limited (SL), responsible for the daily management of shifts and all of the operational activities at the wet concentrator plant. This role includes communicating and ensuring that the key safety and operational targets are met, while also supporting achievement of quality and recovery targets in collaboration with the Meteorology Department. The committee admonished the nominee to work collaboratively with the chairman and other board members to address the existing challenges faced by the energy sector by developing sustainable energy solutions blueprint for the management and the ministry. Dr. John David Cooper, proposed member, Electricity Generation and Transmission Company. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. John Cooper is a performance-driven professional with over 10 years experience in industrial, research, systems, and network engineering, with proven interest in communication and information technology, management, mining policy, and geographic information systems. He is adept in preparing and representing technical documentations. Mr. Cooper holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Fabric College, University of Sierra Leone, a master's degree from the University of Agder from Norway, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administration for the Trinidad International University, California, United States of America. Dr. Cooper is serving as the Director of Policy and Research at the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources, responsible to supervise 3 units within the ministry: Investment Promotion Office, Mineral Policy Office, and Mineral Contracting and Licensing Office. Commenting on the value he would add to the board, Dr. Cooper said, quoting him, "The President is determined to provide reliable, sustainable, and affordable energy to the people of Sierra Leone. This can only be done by developing an energy transition plan. We must also strengthen and rebuild our existing energy facilities. To have a sustainable and uninterrupted power supply electricity generation, we must have required megawatts, and supply chains must be enough to reach every town, village, and city within Sierra Leone. As a body, we must provide policy guidelines to empower the management with enough revenue to fund generation and supply projects," he concluded. Honorable Mrs. Ellen Kuyembe, proposed chairman, Sierra Leone Roads Authority, SLRB. Thank you. Take your seat, madam. Honorable Mrs. Ellen Kuyembe, proposed Chairman Sierra Leone Roads Authority, SLRA. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mrs. Ellen Kuyembe is a politician, administrator, and consultant of high pedigree. She started her career as an administrative assistant at the Ministry of Finance in 1985 and rose through the ranks of senior administrative assistant in 1996. She then transitioned to Gambia, the Banjul, and the United States of America, where she held top high-level positions at the United Nations and the Human Services Department in the United States of America. She was a member of Parliament for constituency 078 from 2012 to 2018 in the Bo District and served on several parliamentary committees, including the Public Accounts, and represented the Parliament of Sierra Leone on international parliamentary fora. The nominee is a holder of a Bachelor of International Development Studies from the Fabric College, University of Sierra Leone, and a master's degree in International Development Studies and a master's degree from the University of Phoenix in the Organization Development from the United States. Prior to her appointment, Honorable Kuyembe served as a consultant for the European Union governance project responsible to fund good governance programs and projects. Her role included providing oversight and funding capacity building programs for members of Parliament and staffers. Responding to probing questions on her role on expediting the rehabilitation of minor and trunk roads around the country, Honorable Ellen Kuyembe said, quoting her, "My role will include, as stated by the Act of Parliament, to develop policy guidelines, strategies, and approve funding for management to construct major roads across the country. I have taken note of all major roads that need urgent rehabilitation and maintenance. If approved by Honorable Mouse, I will work with the Director General and other stakeholders to ensure these are quickly fixed," she concluded. End of quote. Madam Kade Mami Zorokon, proposed chair, Sierra Leone Housing Corporation. Who will appear for this year? So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Madam Kade Zoroko is a visionary leader with proven track record in governance, strategic planning, and organizational development. She is dedicated to promoting and empowering the rights of women and girls. Madam Zoroko is also passionate about advocating She is dedicated to promoting and empowering the rights of women and girls. Madam Zoroko is also passionate about advancing sustainable housing initiatives that... Mr. Speaker, we cannot be having a right back. Okay, we have to put this quiet, please.
Where is the chief whip? Proceed.
Well, Madam Kade Zoroko is also passionate about advancing sustainable housing initiatives that enhance living standards and foster socio-economic growth. Prior to her appointment, Madam Zoroko has been serving as chairman, Sierra Leone Roads Transport Corporation, and her main tasks included making strategic decisions and providing policy guidelines for the management of the Sierra Leone Roads Transport Corporation and aligning them to the new direction agenda. Answering to probing questions on revamping the value chain in the housing sector, Madam Zorokot said, quoting her, housing sector is very important to develop the economy. Therefore, if approved by this honorable house, I will work collaboratively with the required stakeholders and colleague board members to develop a national housing strategy to enumerate the challenges to in the sector, she concluded. Mr. Mohamed Ali, FK Ali, UK, sorry. Mr. Mohamed E.K. Ali, proposed chairman, National Commission for Social Action, NACSA. Mr. Mohamed E.K. Ali is the 21st President Minister of the Southern region who worked very hard during his tenure to consolidate the peace and stability that the region and had once enjoyed. He is an astute politician with outstanding track record of delivering the region for the ruling Sierra Leone People's Party. He is a medical practitioner with so many years of experience working with various communities before transforming into a politician. Responding to members of the committee, he assured them of his commitment to further strengthen the gains on NACSA. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the committee reaffirms all earlier recommendations regarding this nominee during the 5th Parliament. Addendum, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. 5th sitting of the committee on Tuesday, 17 December 2024, Ambassador Sheikh Mohammed Sowa proposed Ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary to the Washington, D.C., United States of America. Thank you, sir. Take your seat, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ambassador Amaral Sheikh Mohammed Sowa is the current Deputy Permanent Representative for Political Affairs in the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Sierra Leone to the United Nations, a position he has held since November 2022. In 2023, he was reappointed as Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations, where he serves as the alternate permanent representative on the Security Council. He holds a Master of Science degree in Development Studies from Jalal University. Before this appointment, he served as National Program Coordinator of the government's flagship program, the Free Equality School Education Program from 2018 to 2022. The nominee, in response to the committee, said he will work collaboratively with colleagues at the United Nations to strengthen Sierra Leone development positions globally. PC Fode Musa, proposed board member, Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. Thank you. Take your seat. Paramount Chief Fode Musa is a well-known personality, an educationist, and a former public sector worker with a plethora of experience as follows: 2015 to 2024, Chairman, Board of Directors, National Commission for Social Action, NACSA. 2016 to date, National Vice Chairman, YMCA, Sierra Leone Teacher Nongowa Progressive, and Anzaru Islamic Secondary Schools, Kerima, in 1981 to 1983. He is a fine politician and current paramount chief of the de-amalgamated Gama Jam Chiefdom, Kailan District. Responding to the committee, the nominee promised to work collaboratively with other colleagues to propagate peace and cohesion nationwide. Mr. Ibrahim Njai Amara, proposed member of Director, Sierra Leone Maritime Administration, SLME. Thank you. Take your seat. The Punga United. Punga Mande. So, Speaker, if this debate goes on, you don't combine people from Punga. Today there will be a disaster at Michigan. Punga. Mr. Ibrahim Njai is a seasoned management professional with more than 30 years experience in transport sector, with specific focus on fleet and people's management, communication and finance. He obtained his Bachelor of Science degree in Geography and Linguistics from Jala University, 1996. He is a calm and diligent worker that provides quality leadership at all times. Mr. Njai promised to work with colleagues, members to guide the operations of SLME within the remit of the Maritime Act. Mrs. Olanyinka Winifred Lagar, proposed member, Board of Directors, member, Bank of Sierra Leone. Mrs. Olanyinka Lagar holds a master's degree in Human Service Management and Policy from the Charles Towns University, Australia. From January 2002 to date, she has served as Operations Manager at the Judiciary of Sierra Leone. She also worked at the National Commission for Children as Commissioner from July 2014 to September 2019, and from February 2009 to 2014. She was Program Support Coordinator, Justice Sector Coordination Office. She is a diligent and result-oriented executive. Responding to the committee, she promised to work to advise the board in relation to the Board's Act on monetary and fiscal policies that will empower the bank to run a sound and resilient economy. PC, Sadiq, Mahmoud, Kapua, proposed chairman, National Insurance Company, SLIP. Thank you. Where is the chief? Where is he coming from? He's coming from Chief. Thank you. Take your seat. And the paramount chief coffin, Horo Bukakajaman Bulambaya. You understand? Thank you. Paramount Chief Sadiq Kapua is an administrator with strong management and leadership background. The nominee successfully served in senior management positions at the foreign ministries, transport and communication, fisheries and marine resources, trade and industry, defense, health and sanitation, and the office of the Vice President. The nominee holds a bachelor degree in arts from Fravic College, University of Sierra Leone, and a master's degree in general maritime administration and economics from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden. In addition to these, he is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Transport and Chartered Institute of Shipping. Prior to his appointment, the nominee served as Senior Assistant Secretary in the Vice President's office before being crowned as Paramount Chief of Nongowa Chiefdom. Responding to probing questions to the desired competitive edge for the Insurance Commission, The nominee said, quoting him, "The Sierra Leone Insurance Company is parent body of all insurance company and is approved. I will ensure that all government vehicles are licensed through the commission to boost revenue." End of quote. The nominee was admonished by the committee to use his expertise, to use his experience as seasoned civil servant to provide policy guidelines for the management. Retired but not tired. A.I.G. Morilego, Esquire. Thank you. One more. If you don't make it, we're not going to. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you in the debate why we requested for the repeat of that sound. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Morilego Esquire is a distinguished retired police officer, retired AIG Morilego Esquire, proposed Ministry of Internal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Morilego Esquire is a distinguished retired police officer with close to 40 years of diligent and dedicated service to the Republic of Sierra Leone Police Force. The nominee was recruited in police force on the 25th of August 1981 and went on to graduate as the best recruit and was posted to the Criminal Investigations Department, where he rose through the ranks to serve as Acting Inspector General of Police before his retirement on the 31st May 2018. Mr. Morilego is a holder of Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Law degrees from Travis College, University of Sierra Leone. In addition, he holds several certificates, including but not limited to narcotics, budget preparation, and strategic leadership. He is also a recipient of the Order of the Roquel, a prestigious national award 2012. Prior to his appointment, this fine citizen served as chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The position is performed credibly well. Answering to inquiries questions from committee on his honest assessment of the current security situation and ways of making it better, Mr. Lengo said, quoting him, I will not want to comment on the current situation until I get to the office and have first-hand information. Based on professional assessment, I will take appropriate steps and strategies to improve on issues of bike riders, professional standards in the force, and other security anomalies. The security situation is calm for now, but will require some improvement. The nominee promised to draw on his expertise as a distinguished former police officer to restore sanity, law and order within the Metro Police and other areas of the border areas of Sierra Leone. Mr. Emmanuel Kwe via Amara, Chairman, Political Affairs, Political Parties Regulatory Commission. Thank you. You may take your seat. Mr. I don't want to call him back. He did not bow to the speaker properly. I will just sit down. Very nice to see you. What are you thinking actually?
He thinks we are from a college.
Yes. You will call him. In fact, I don't want to stop reading this report.
worry, the liberator is there.
Don't worry, the comrade is here also.
Is the dictator bound to the liberator?
And it's a dictator bound to his comrade, the oldest grandmaster of the Radicals Club. You see a crocodile coming too. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Emmanuel Kwevaya Amara, proposed chairman, Political Parties Regulatory Commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Emmanuel Kwevaya Amara is an enthusiastic, talented, and experienced legal professional with passion for justice and commitment to protect rights of citizens. He is skilled in prosecuting criminal cases, providing sound legal advice, and delivering successful outcomes both at national and international levels. Mr. Kwevaya possesses over 12 years experience in high-stake litigation, including criminal prosecutions and lawsuits at the Anti-Corruption Commission. He is a holder of bachelor degree in law from Fabric College, University of Sierra Leone, and was called to the bar in 2012. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Amara served as a coordinator of operations, Sierra Leone Anti-Corruption Commission, responsible to develop, review, negotiate contracts and other legal documents. He was also responsible to provide legal advice and counsel to management investigators and researchers within the Anti-Corruption Commission. The committee admonished the nominee to discharge his duty without fear or favor in relation to the PPRC Act and consult colleagues before making decisions. Recommendations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the committee adjourned the following presidential nominees to be adequately qualified for their proposed appointment and are therefore recommended to the House for approval. 1. Mr. Philip Bob Tusu, proposed ambassador, Sierra Leone Embassy, Brussels, Belgium. 2. Lieutenant General retired Peter Kakoro Lavahun, proposed High Commissioner to the Republic of China. And Kenya, rather. To the Republic of Kenya, sorry. We are very countries now. Kenya, where China? Dr. Mohamed Kanja Sisse Jr., proposed ambassador, Sierra Leone Embassy, Paris, France. Retired Major General David Fred Alpha, proposed Deputy High Commissioner, Sierra Leone High Commission, Abuja, Nigeria. Madam Mamadi Gobe Kamara, proposed Deputy Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Paris, France. Mr. Kalilu Ibrahim Totangi, proposed Deputy Permanent Representative, Political, United Nations. Mr. John Abu, proposed President Minister, Southern Region. Mr. Raymond Tata, proposed Chairman, Produce Marketing Board. Mr. Moses Roy Jonathan Williams, proposed Chairman, Statistics Sierra Leone Council. Mr. Joseph Ndabindi, proposed Chairman, National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, NACID. Mrs. Letitia Ja Mensura, proposed member, Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. Mr. Joseph Jonathan Danema, proposed Chairman, Sierra Leone Water Company, Sanwaku. Dr. Wusu Salon, proposed Chairman, National Monitoring and Evaluation Agency, NAMI.
Come on.
Engineer Kelem Water Hughes, proposed board member, Electricity Generation and Transmission Company. Mr. Mohamed E.K. Ali, proposed chairman, National Commission for Social Action. Mr. Ansai Kago, proposed commissioner, Northern Region Local Government Service Commission. Dr. John David Cooper, proposed member, Electricity Generation and Transmission Company. Honorable Mrs. Helen Kuyebe, proposed chairman, Sierra Leone Road Authorities, SLRA. Madam Kane Mamizoroko, proposed chairman, Sierra Leone Housing Corporation. Ambassador Sheikh Mohammed Sowa, proposed ambassador, extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Washington, D.C., United States of America. PC Paramount Chief Fode Musa, proposed chair board member, Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. Mr. Ibrahim Injai Amara, aka Ponga, proposed member, Board of Directors, Sierra Leone Maritime Administration, SLME. Mrs. Olenka Minifred Laga, proposed member, Board of Directors, Bank of Sierra Leone. Paramount Chief Sadiq Mahmoud Kapua, proposed chairman, National Insurance Company, SLICO. Retired but not tired, AIG Maureen Lingo, Esquire. Proposed Minister, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mr. Emmanuel Kwebaya Amara, the government. Proposed Chairman, Political Parties Regulatory Commission. Conclusion, Honorable Members, colleagues, Mr. Speaker. The fourth report reflects the unanimous view of the committee. I therefore move that the fourth report of the second session of the Committee on Appointment and Public Service be adopted by the House, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved. Faithfully read, submitted, the Chairman, Honorable Matsanma JP, from Kenema District, representing two sections, Bukakajama and Bulamayama. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business, did you mention Dr. Ususano? Yes. Oh, you did. And Mr. Alusain Kabu? Yes. Okay, thank you. Honorable members, before we proceed, let me recognize the presence of certain persons, eminent personalities that we have with us this morning. Alaji Kanja Sisi, Kanja ICC. You are heartily welcome to the House of Parliament. Umaru Napoleon Kuruma, the National Secretary General of the Sierra Leone People's Party. Ambassador Fatmata Sawane. Madam Aisata J. Kaba, Advisor to the President. Justice Miata Samba. Justice Miata Samba is a Justice of the Supreme Court of Sierra Leone and a Justice of the International Criminal Court. Mr. Umaru Fofana. You are heartily welcome to the House of Parliament. Mr. Umaru Fofana is an outstanding reporter. Alaji Namadi. Madam Bendu Dasama, former Minister of Social Welfare, now advisor to the President. Let me particularly recognize the presence of Honorable Alusan Kane. Honorable Alusan Kane was an outstanding member of this House. He was Deputy Chief Whip of the ruling bench. I recognize the presence of Mr. Jimmy Batilo Songa. recognize the presence of Haja Fatu Kanjasisi. I recognize the presence of Dr. Egretelo, Deputy Minister 1, Energy. Madam Bernadette Atumu Amara, are you here? I recognize the presence of Madam Haja Fatmata Fanta Dixon Rogers. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Mohamed Rahman Soare, I recognize the presence of Brigadier General MS Fofana, Chief of Staff, Headquarters Joint Force Command. Are you here? You are welcome. Brigadier General SS Masakoi is the Assistant Chief of Defense Staff, Support and Logistics. I also recognize the presence of Madam Nasu Fofana. Are you here? You're welcome. Alaji Ishmael Sisse. I recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Pius Richards, Mrs. Frances Omolengo, Colonel retired Moana Brahma Masakoy, the Deputy Minister of Defense. Where is he? Here. I also recognize the presence of Major General Amara Aidara Bangura, Chief of Defense. I recognize the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Air Edward Samadea. Time for them to see you. Sir Yomba Senesi is AIG Director of Training. Yes, we proceed. I recognize the presence of Justice Mohamed Bangura. Mohamed Bangura. Yes. Now, any seconder?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the questions. The fourth report of the second session of the 6th Parliament of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service be adopted by the House and that the recommendations contained therein be approved. Honorable members, I know all of you want to say something, given the sheer number of the nominees we have before us, cutting across Serengeti, from the north to the west to the east to the south, and you are all in a way alive, and you want to say something. But of course, don't forget that we have a long day today. We have a very long day. So I'm going to take a few from my right and a few from my left, strictly 5 minutes, so that we are done with this and we go to the other business of the day. Of course, I told you yesterday that we are going to be here till night because we have to complete our job today. Tomorrow will be another day. So please, you have to bear with me. Please, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to begin by thanking His Excellency the President for presenting to this House nominees for important offices of governance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I was part of the appointment committee, and I can attest to this House that these appointees were able to convince us for them to be recommended to this House. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when appointees come to this House, we heap praises on them. At the end of the day, when they go to their various offices, when members of parliament visit them, some of them don't even open their office to these members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, whenever I see a gallery full of our constituents coming to accompany and to celebrate with appointees of His Excellency the President, I'm always of the view that members of Parliament should use this opportunity to explain to our members of Parliament the roles of members of Parliament and the roles of these appointees. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I've always said in this way that we members of Parliament and the Presidency, our faces are always on the ballot paper. The constituents know us. They voted for us. They expect us to deliver. They expect us to do what is in their mind during the voting day. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, little did our constituents know that the roles of members of Parliament long before now and our current role is extremely different. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I can say here without fear or favor that before 2004, the members of Parliament were responsible for primary development. We members of Parliament, we were responsible for building bridges. We were responsible for building the roads. We are responsible for building community centers. We are responsible for building PHUs in our various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, after the enactment of the 2004 Local Government Act, the power of development was removed from this Parliament and taken to the executive and the councils. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the turnover of this Parliament from 2006, from 2007 through 2023 had been for the wrong reasons. They had been for the wrong reasons, Mr. Speaker. So when appointees come here, it is incumbent on us to admonish them to understand that we are approving you not just because we are nominated, we are approving you because you are going to perform for us. If you fail, you will not just be failing His Excellency the President, you will be failing this Parliament. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the things will be campaigning on as members of Parliament are the performance of their appointees. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when we go for elections, the first things that are asked by both the journalists and the general public is also to what you don't do for your people there. Because they are extremely convinced that we members of Parliament should be doing everything. To the appointees, you have been given the utmost confidence by His Excellency the President to support him in achieving his agenda. If you fail, you'll be failing the SLPP because the next election, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is a transitional election. We will not rely on incumbents. We will be having a new candidate. So if you fail in your various offices, you will not just be failing His Excellency. You will not just be killing his dreams for the development of this nation. You will be killing the SLPP. Because whatever the SLPP will be campaigning on, Mr. Speaker, is what these appointees should do. honorable members, these appointees have been chosen from the many Sierra Leoneans who supported His Excellency the President publicly or covertly. Because I can say clearly that His Excellency the President will not choose somebody he knows clearly that has the same vision with him. I know all of you would have supported His Excellency either publicly or covertly. That is why His Excellency has decided to bring you to support in his agenda. Mr. Speaker, to the constituents, these are the people that are responsible for development. These are the people that we try to take development to you. We on this side, we in this world, I am speaking here as Deputy Leader of Government Business. Government is not giving us a dime to take to you. Also to Mr. Speaker, government is giving nothing for cargo development for people there. The people are judging us on development. The turnover of this parliament is extremely very huge, Mr. Speaker, on the wrong reasons. So to the appointees, who will be knocking at your doors, who will be visiting your offices, because the people know us, the people know our phone numbers, the people know our addresses, but they don't know you. And they will speak to you through us. We will be visiting. On the executive and oversight of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me see you a few of the nominees. I will begin with our son from Bo, Dr. Muhammad Kangasisi. Mr. Speaker, I am starting with Dr. Muhammad Kangasisi for obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, if we have 12 members of parliament in this house from 2012 to date, is as a result of Alhaji Kangasisi. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, His Excellency the President have set a record I believe will be challenged, will be hard to be broken in the longest period. His Excellency the President is a person that believes in young people. It's a person that believes in young people. I can say here, even in this parliament, we have the youngest leadership, from the Speaker to the Deputy Speaker to the leaders of this house. And I can say now the APC has started following suit. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Kangasisi, you have been chosen from the young people of Sierra Leone to represent Sierra Leone at France. I have always said what His Excellency have done to us as young people is to test us. We are the guinea pigs of the young people. If we succeed, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we will not just be succeeding for His Excellency, we will be succeeding for the future of this country. Because what His Excellency have done, if we fail as young people, we will be failing, and no president will be confident enough to empower young persons like His Excellency have done. So, Mr. Sise, you are going in to represent not just His Excellency, but the people of Sierra Leone. We hope and pray. We hope and pray you will deliver for His Excellency and for us. Because if you fail, you are not failing yourself, you are failing the young people of Sierra Leone. So we wish you well. We are with you in prayers. Of course, from Bo, you enjoy our utmost support as our brother from Bo, as and a son from Bo. Thank you very much.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Yes.
Time is past 12. I therefore move that we suspend SO52 so the business of the House will continue. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Jerry.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Would you look me? Mr. Speaker.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I recognize the presence of Dr. Dennis Mwenina Sandi, Minister of Works. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Chernoba, Minister of Information and Civic Education. Where is he? Where is the Minister? I recognize the presence of Mr. Timothy Kaba, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Ibrahim Tomi is an outstanding civil society advocate and a lawyer. You are welcome. I recognize the presence of the SFP Chairman, Kono, Mr. Safia Mwewa. I also recognize the presence of Madam Saptiu Sako, Deputy Minister of Justice. Yes, I also recognize the presence of Mrs. Rebecca Monica Soiree, of course the wife of the Minister of Labour, and my sister, of course, from Bob. I recognize the presence of Mr. Indua Bindi, Deputy Minister of Social Welfare, and Mrs. Catherine A. Silla. Are you here? You're welcome. Then Ambassador Sule Darame, former Secretary of the President. Are you here? Okay, it's gone. And Mr. Paul Allen, the Deputy DG Name. Yes, proceed. Honorable members, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Strictly 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me also recognize the newly appointed President, Minister Sound. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all, we want to thank His Excellency the President for bringing to us a grassroots man. Mr. Speaker, from 2012 through 2018, if we can be proud of Paupa, Mr. James Abu is a helpful for the popularization of Paupa in Boo. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in the southern region, we have 3 districts. We have Bo, Bont, Moyama, and Kudo. Sorry, 4 districts. And Mr. Speaker, we have been blessed in Bo to be given the resident minister where His Excellency won in 2018. And when he was replaced, another Bo person was also given the responsibility. Thank you very much, His Excellency the President. Mr. Abu, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, knows the SLPP through and through. Mr. Abu has been part of the sufferings of the people of Bo and the Southern region. He has served as a region chief. Please use those experiences to bring sanity, unity, and development to the entire Southern region. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will not conclude without calling the Honorable Helen Kuyembe. Mr. Speaker, yourself, myself, the Honorable Paranta Ali, and the Honorable Helen Kuyembe, we are sworn in this Parliament on the 4th of December in 2012. When we came, we were on that side. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I can see for the MPs here who are not here, the Honorable Helen Kuyembe was one of our guests during those years. I can say, Mr. Speaker, when the going got tough during the 2018 to 2012 to 2018, there were a few MPs that the SLP will rely on. The Honorable Helen Kuyembe, the Honorable Sekepo Thomas, the Honorable Parantara, the Honorable Bashiru Siliki, the Honorable Dixie Rogers. These are the few people the SLP will rely on. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, of course, the Honorable Radoroki.
The mama of the house.
Mr. Speaker, the mama was not in our... We met the mama. I am speaking on the generation of 2012. And the mama is ashes. She was there in 2005. Long before we sojourned this house in 2012. We are young MPs when we came. That's why I did not mention her name and the Honorable Funeral. Mr. Honorable Helen Kuyembe, Mr. Speaker, even in Bo, she was one of our best MPs. Had she, whatever happened in the way, there was no way she would happen. She was extremely popular in our constituency. She was very, very popular in our constituency. The Honorable Helen Kuyembe, you have been called to serve. Mr. Speaker, I am also extremely very pleased because I'll be providing oversight on Honorable Helen Kuyembe. The Honorable Helen Kuyembe, you know we have unfinished business in this house. We hope we'll complete or finish the unfinished business when you get to SNRA. Of course.
Honorable Bashiru Siliki, Deputy Leader, I at this stage recognize the presence of the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mr. Alpha. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Minister of Internal Affairs, he was extremely professional during his interview. Extremely professional. The Minister, Mr. Minister designate. You can see your police officers, they are here to support you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, one thing I told the Minister designate is you will be inheriting the security sector that is extremely challenged. We know what happens with our checkpoints at night. That one we cannot even see because most police officers do not even do what they are supposed to do at those checkpoints. He will be faced with the proliferations of drugs in this country. Mr. Speaker, every area of our community there is a ghetto. And it is heart-rending. Thankfully today we have the police officers there, senior management of police. It is heart-rending that you see our police officers in some of these ghettos. You see police officers in these ghettos. This is what you be faced with. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you will be faced with a central business district that is full of okadas. Long before now, Mr. Speaker, we will frown at that, and we are still frowning at it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will be faced with a situation where the fire force doesn't have serious fire engines all over this country.
Honorable Leader, don't forget that the police have a covert operation. So So sometimes when you see them in some of these places, it's not that they go there to indulge. Not that they go there to indulge, but sometimes it's part of their covert operation.
Because look at the work, you see them in police uniforms. You see them in police uniforms. So Mr. Minister of Internal Affairs, please, these are the challenges you will face with. I know you are professional, you have gone through the ranks to the rank of AIG, DIG. Please use your professionalism to restore some sanity in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Joe Danema, one thing I can say here, these positions that have been given to us are transitional positions. Today, we are there. Before you, somebody was there, and after you, somebody will be there. So, Mr. Speaker, when I see Joe Danema today as board chairman, I could remember a few years ago he was a minister. So when you are given positions of this nature, treat them as if these are transitional positions. Don't treat those positions as if they are permanent positions and they are meant for you forever. The same way you treated board members under your department and chairmen under your department will be the same way your minister will treat you. Have you treated them well, Mr. Speaker, honorable members? I assure you will be treated nicely as a board chairman. This is going for all ministers, all appointees. Thankfully, you are here. Some ministers create an impression that these are their permanent offices. Even when you talk to them, some are extremely very harsh to members of parliament and the public. Some people don't talk to people. Forgetting that these are transitional offices. They forget that these are transitional offices. You'll be there and you'll be sacked any moment. We as members of parliament, we are always ready. When we are sacked, we will operate to the next minister. We are here to interview and approve. So please, that's why we are saying we are supreme in this governance. Please treat people the way you wanted them to treat you. Ministers in this house, don't believe and don't feel that these offices you are occupying are your permanent offices. These are transitional offices. Mr. Speaker, there are some ministers who don't even speak to their board members. Some ministers who don't treat their deputy ministers with respect. There are ministers who think they are owners of these ministries. They forget that these are transitional offices. Tomorrow they will leave these offices and nobody will consider them. Even before occupying these offices, people did not consider you. You are only considered because of the office. So when you hold these offices, be rest assured that these offices are transitional offices. You are occupying today, somebody was there yesterday, somebody will be there tomorrow. So Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I cannot name all of you, but I want you to treat these offices as if these offices are offices you are occupying for a period. Don't treat these offices as if they are permanent. You have ministers who don't even keep. You have government officials who have trained their friends. People call them, they don't speak. They visit them, they don't open their doors. They are working all around with police officers. When they love these offices, you don't see police officers with them. So please, to you going to various offices, please treat these offices as if you are personalized these offices. Don't treat them as if they are your properties. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Quintisalia Connect. Five minutes.
Come go bless me. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
After Honorable Quintisalia Connect, Honorable AKK. After Honorable AKK, Honorable Bangi. Proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my level best to present my debate in the shortest possible time. And it will be unjust for me to choose individuals, because looking at the nominees, I know everybody personally. So I'll try as much as possible to be generic in my presentation. And to start with, I mean, this is just an advice to our nominees. You see, the president we have talks very little, but acts more. The positions you are about to occupy now, we are occupied by people like you, or maybe people academically more qualified than some of you. But today, we are not in those offices. Why? Simply because the president is looking out for performance, and not people who go there to occupy those benches or those seats as ornaments of decoration. He talks very little, and the more reason, when he removes his nominees or appointees, he gives no reason to anybody, because he has not given you any reason for appointing you. And towing the line of the honorable member who just spoke, some of these offices are there for you to interact with the people you are vowed to serve. But if you isolate yourself, making yourself a demigod, then in the shortest possible time, you leave those offices. For us, we'll be here until the 5 years elapse. And for you, if the president drinks and realizes you are seated on a seat, the next morning you are out. So the more reason, the populace you are seeing out there are the people who give feedback to the president. Because the president listens to the general populace. If generally they come and talk about you negatively, the next day you are out. But again, I'm very much happy for the appointment of certain individuals, and I believe the president was deliberate in choosing those people. And the first person, irrespective of the fact that he's my brother, my biological brother, Dr. Mohammed Kanji Sise. But yet, at a very brittle age, he served a very, very big institution, which is a Climax Club, as a big man. And I believe serving that institution is like serving this nation. But again, we are all not surprised, because a crocodile will always give birth to a crocodile. A lion will always give birth to a lion. If the father has been a performer and is still a performer, you cannot expect the father to give back to somebody who cannot perform. So, doctor, you are welcome. And what we want to see, our ties between here and Paris is a little bit weak. We expect you to strengthen that, and so that the bilateral ties will be okay. And quickly, next, I go to my student. We were in school together, and I was his tutor. You know, I represented Sierra Leone. I represented Sierra Leone in sports. So he admired me so much, he came to me that I should train him. Who is Kwego Amara? Kwevaya Amara. And we all know his performance at the anti-corruption. And the president is always deliberate, and he looks at performances before people are appointed. He doesn't need to know you personally. You don't need to be SLPP necessarily before he appoints you. He is focusing on the country, and people who can perform are always appointed. You've been appointed because you are a performer. Next is the Kailan way. Mori Lengo. In fact, I will not waste words. By the mere mention of his name, we see that Mori Lengo is a performer by all standards. Even though he decided to retire and sit quietly, the president said, no, we still need your expertise. We need your expertise to make sure you strengthen this institution. Because without the police, there is no way we'll be at peace. And that is more you are there. And I have no doubt that you perform. Thank you very much. And you are performing because you are from Kailan. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. I want members on both sides of the aisle to really appreciate the two personalities, Mr. Cacao Lavon and Major General Fred David Alpha. Had it not been for them, we would have stopped becoming honorable members. By now, would have been loafers moving along the street with no jobs. Had it not been for the intervention of Major General Fred Alpha and Talu Elavan, you and us would have been unemployed. So we thank you very much that you have still given us jobs and we are still able to feed our families. Thank you, and God Almighty will continue to bless you. Yeah? And I will narrow down, sir. I will narrow down. And quickly, I will just go to our astute and most handsome paramount chief from Kailan. A man peaceful by nature. And recall, a few months ago or a few weeks ago, we had an unrest in my chiefdom, Jawi. And I think it is because of his intervention that the president said, no, you are a peacemaker. So go ahead, that institution. Who is no less a president but PC Bokoto. The paramount chief from Jan Chiefdom, we appreciate you and I know you are a performer. We have no doubt in you. We expect from all nominees or appointees. On that note, I rest my case and I thank everybody. And for those of you I have not mentioned, please, the limited time cannot allow me to scroll across. Reverend Bob is a small boy. I appreciate you. Go and do your work. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today is a special day. The world is full. You ask yourself, why are all these people here? What is their expectation? And what is the expectation of His Excellency the President that has appointed you? You have been thrown into the lion's den of expectations. His Excellency expects you to perform with no excuse. And in some of the places you're going, finances are very difficult to come by. You're going to add staff that are not willing to produce results. You're going to add people who are not worried to produce for what the nation wants. All they want is what benefits themselves. Your people are here. They'll be singing and dancing for you. They expect you to bring them the much required result. But let me tell you one thing. When you fail, you don't fail the president, because he has an opportunity to appoint somebody else. But you're failing yourself and you're failing your families. Some people here will go down on history to say, I was there with him. But that man did a big disgrace our family. So whatever you do on a daily basis, know you are from a family. Know you are from a village. Know you are from a chiefdom. And above all, you are being appointed because the president bestows his confidence on you. I don't praise nominees in this world. But I want to say to Dr. xxxx, you are entering into a very difficult career. Your father was a nice man when he was a minister. He treated everybody, irrespective of the political color. He is a lion, but he can also be a dove. He encouraged every color to speak to him. The world is watching him. When we appoint ambassadors, I always say they are the image makers of this country. But many people have been ambassadors. You ask them, what have you ever brought to Sierra Leone? We are appointing ambassadors to key nations. If you go to EU, you see most of the projects in Sierra Leone are being funded by EU. In our governance institutions, you see EU. It means we need a strong person that is going to EU for us to be treated as a nation with respect. I don't care who is going there. I only want you to know the responsibility you're going to carry is representing our nation. And therefore, even your conduct must speak as Sierra Leone. You go to France, it's a big nation in the world. You go to Abuja, it's a big political nation in West Africa. So all of you are being appointed as ambassadors today. In Kenya, Kenya is almost in all of East Africa. That tells you how important your positions are to this nation. But I bet you, after all your service, you will not even write a memoir of what achievements you brought back to Sierra Leone. I am yet to read even one paragraph of a former ambassador telling us what he has achieved for this nation. But guess what? Unlike us who are being paid in leones, you are being paid in dollars. I narrow down to the man who has brought the largest crowd in this world. The man from Kailam. You know, when I get people from Kailam, I'm afraid. Mr. Lengo, in your office are many offices. In your office are many appointed by His Excellency. You know, with the exception of very few, outdoor in very few institutions of the EU. One, immigration. I have been in immigration for very long. But it's not because the person heading it is a member of parliament, but because the transformation of the immigration department is very unique. There is huge transformation. And I remember talking to the CIO one day. He said, I have a problem. And in my ears, I know what he told me. I always said to you, please don't disappoint this young man. Please work with him. SO2, now Bluffman will elect result. And it will depend on you to give him the required result. Look at the dying state of Fire Force. As I speak today, prison is the suppliers are almost down in tools. These are the institutions that are going to work under you. As we speak today, there are buildings all over the country for Fire Force. There are no engines. These are the issues that are going to confront you. Forget about the melody. Forget about the shouting. You have a big work and task ahead of you. And guess what? You succeeded in the police force. By the time you down to as a Sierra Leonean say, I have done well, will we remember you as one of the ministers of internal affairs that transformed those institutions? May God go with you. When I look at PPRC, Mr. Speaker, I know even if I have spent 5 minutes, you add more time, because I am obligated. I am obligated to talk on the PPRC. There was a time in this country when our party could not survive had it not been for the existence of the PPRC. And it don't stay in time for us as a party. We had a person in Mr. Bangura who could not at that time read between the lines and could not see colors. All he did for us as a party was to sustain our party. I know if many other people were in that position, they would kill the APC, but he resurrected the APC today. He could not look at colors. He said the right thing, he did the right thing. And that is why when he was standing there, I was worried. Because we need to acknowledge people who have worked for this country. They would have just said, no, that's why I didn't die, opposition not again, SO2. So we'll get his elections. But he stood, and I know his team will write good about him. If the historians of this nation will write nothing about him, but I know the APC will not forget your role in sustaining our party. That is the office my liberator is going to. That is the office a young man who has earned himself respect within the general fraternity is going to. As a young student, then I looked up to you. I believed in you, in the fraternity. Your name is a respected one in the Liberal Brotherhood. Now you're going to a very difficult institutions in which you'll be managing the affairs of political parties. As we speak, there are political parties who still have matters at PPRC. Some are in court. That is the role you're going to play to uphold our democracy. It is difficult to uphold democracy because democracy talks about accommodating different views and opinions. You don't need to like me, but you need to listen to me. And that's what democracy says. And that is where you are going to. You're going to meet people daily who condemn government, but you need to uphold their institutions. It is not a difficult task. You only need to accommodate other people. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, majority of the members of parliament here are coming from the rural areas. And that is why we should pay key attention to Salwako. The gains Salwako has done over the years are very huge. They are very huge. But one of the major things we have with Salwako is a change of leadership. It's too much. And that delays performance of most of their projects. We hope that this transformation that is happening in Salwako will affect the life of our people. As we speak, 70% of Sierra Leoneans cannot drink pure water. And even those who think they are drinking packet water in Freetown, their own case is worse. That is the challenge we have. You go to the provinces. I was in Bo in 2019 with the water committee. We went to a factory where water was produced. In the same well, 9 factories were producing there. But when we inquired with them, they told you it is difficult to buy water from Salwako because water there. So apart from providing water for economic reasons, let Salwako understand that people producing water for sachet purposes in the provincial areas should be given a different tariff. Because when you fail to give them a better tariff, they resort into well water for our people. These are the issues. If we don't address them, you know, today I am happy I have not had more praise singing from the other side. We are coming to the realization of the realities around us. We have personnel, we have qualifications, we have qualified leaders all over the world. But the question you ask yourself daily, with all the appointments we've made in the past, are people satisfied? As political class, have we been able to address the issues that affect the ordinary people on a daily basis? Well, yes, when we are appointed, they come, they glamour, they dance. They don't dance because they like music. They dance because they expect from us. They dance out of hope. But this is what they get at the end of the day.
Keep going.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable AKK,
yes, sir.
you know you are a leader.
Yes, sir.
But don't overuse your privilege.
I'm rounding up now, sir.
Yes, please.
You know, I have a big word here that is disturbing me. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, irrespective of where we come from, irrespective of what we do, our motive as politicians, irrespective of party, is to make the lives of our people better. Tell them as a member of parliament, you are not elected to solve their problems. You are not expecting them. They should not expect you to build their hospitals. But if your life is transforming and their lives are depreciating, they will still look up to you for help. Therefore, you have to roll as a member of parliament to build the institution and to monitor the institution to provide for them. Stop complaining as a member of parliament. Speak the truth for the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I know whom that is meant for. Well, let's see. After Honorable Bandi, I know the leader is certainly going to get back at you. Now, after Honorable Bandi, I will listen to the voice of lady.
The leader is also.
You know, well, I'll listen to the voice of the lady, then the leader of opposition too, and the chief whip, and we conclude. I was going to round up, but for the leaders that got up, I was going to round up. Honorable Bandi, 5 minutes. The leader, 5 minutes. Oh, okay, the paramount chief, 5 minutes. Proceed quickly.
The Rainbow family. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today I feel so good. I'm so happy. Because when good things happened, you have to praise God for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have a lot of nominees before we are all here today. And I want to put it by segment. We have those that are going on diplomatic mission. We have those that will be working with us here. But since the number is so large, I just want to put it into those two contexts. But notwithstanding, I will have to mention some individuals. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have said in this well times without number that when we were in school and in colleges, what I taught was the role of government in an economy. One of the functions one of the roles of government in an economy is diplomatic representation. Every government that jokes with that is not a sober-minded government.
Hold on, Honorable Bandi. At this stage, I recognize the presence of Madam Hawafore, the National Women's Leader of the SNP. She here? Madam Hawafore. I also recognize the presence of Paramount Chief Ami Kalon II. Are you here? Welcome. Then Madam Queen Fofana, the Deputy Minister of Works and Public Affairs. Madam Queen Fofana. I then recognize the presence of Engineer Peter Comey, one of the directors of SLR. Engineer Peter Comey. You are all heartily welcome to the House of Parliament. Proceed.
Thank you very much. The role of government in an economy, one is diplomatic representation, and that one needs to be treated seriously. That is more the reason because President Bio do treat that particular aspect with seriousness. That is why we are now internationally recognized before this time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have a lot of nominees before us here today. I will zoom in some of them. One, I will start with Joseph Munda Bindi, commonly called Join for Better. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when Munda Bindi was the chairman of the Bo District Council, I was a teacher, a very poor teacher. But being a business-minded person, I have a construction firm called Kebra Construction and General Services. That is a man, he used to give me job. I was one of the best contractors in the Bo District Council under the leadership of Joseph Munda Bindi. He is a brother. And his election as chairman of the district council, I was the finance controller of that campaign team. That's why when you go to FIB, former FIB, Vista Bank, most of the staff refer to me as Join for Better because that was the account we established for his campaign. I want to wish you well, Joseph Munda Bindi, to that office you are going. And the next person I want to talk about is John Abu. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am so pleased because of John Abu's appointment. When we were fighting for Brigadier Julius Madabio, retired, John Abu, we had a group in Bo called EMB, Empathizers of Madabio. He was our coordinator, he was our chairman. That was the time we had a lot of people that we are frowning at us. Tell them about not so much, SO2. But since we won in 2018, he has only been given public office. He did not fight, he did not grumble. Because he thought he worked for this regime and he was going to be rewarded. Today you are rewarded. You are going to accept the minister. And we are having resident minister. Your responsibility is to make sure you have to follow your predecessor. Make sure those 4 districts are united, Mr. Resident Minister. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to take on you. Because I did not hesitate, my own political mentor, my father, if I did not hesitate to summon him to Parliament to come and give us updates on his activity, I will also call on you to come and tell us what you are doing, Mr. Resident Minister. And next on my list, very serious one, Mr. Carter, Raymond Carter. You are my nephew. Your dad was a brother to me. You are going to an office, very, very important office. I am bringing up that office for obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Finance Act 2021, Section 52, gave provisions that the mines and minerals, agricultural and fishery products, 30%, at least 30% of their proceeds should be repatriated, Mr. Speaker. But when we come to the budget thoroughly, there are certain secrets I'm going to give you, and we put our foot down that those laws are strictly followed.
Don't worry, the Public Interest Committee is going to look at all of those.
The agricultural sector alone, in January 2024 to September 2024, the monies repatriated by these sectors I have just made mention of was $190.04 million. Mr. Speaker, that speaks volume. How does that help a government? How does that help our economy? It helps the exchange rate stop fluctuating. Because when the Bank of Sierra Leone has foreign reserve, the people that have them that repatriate this money, since they operate in local currencies, when they want their money, they will give them their equivalents in local currency, and the remaining foreign currency remain with Bank of Sierra Leone. It will help to increase our foreign reserve. Agriculture alone contributed, account for 44.67% of that money I have just made mention of. That tells you, you are going to an office that is very important. You have to increase on this small number. Definitely, you have to increase on it. That is why we are pleased. You are a disciplinarian like your dad. So when you go to that office, make sure that the produce Those that are supposed to repatriate, let them repatriate for the good of this country. And next, we saw some people, board members of xxxx, Electricity Generation Company. The energy sector, everyone all knows, is a very, very, very complex system. Everywhere in the whole wide world, not only in Israel, it's not peculiar to Israel. When you look at energy liabilities in Ghana, as I speak to you, it's $18 billion, Mr. Speaker. When we had our problem with car power ship, people were crying all over the places. We have bigger economies that have bigger, very huge energy liabilities. You are going there as board members. Make sure you do the right things for the energy sector to grow. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will zoom in Mr. Sowa quickly. Mr. Sowa, who is going to be the ambassador of America. Mr. Sowa, thank you so much. I'm very pleased with your appointment. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, over the years when we were in the 5th Parliament, Mr. Sowa was one of my sources of information for all the vibrant debates, especially related to education. There was one time in the 5th Parliament I stood in this world. I called constituency after constituency, number of teachers recruited in those constituencies. My source was Mr. Sowa. Mr. Sowa, now you're a diplomat. You are no longer SO2 Mungu politician that will see you every day. You are a diplomat. Make sure the banner, the flag of Sierra Leone fly high. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me go to my younger brother because the list is so long. I cannot, there's no way I will address this house.
Honorable Bandi, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, the 1 more minute I'm going to spend it with my younger brother. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my brother on the other side, the honorable AKK from Gambia said, Dr. Mohamed Kanja Sise is going to France. France is one of the big powers. Anybody representing Sierra Leone there has to be sober-minded person. Well, I want to assure this house that Mohamed Kanja Sise is a sober-minded Sierra Leonean, a very young gentleman. And he has advantage. He did his master's and his PhD in Bordeaux University, one of the world-acclaimed university in this world. There he studied, he did his master's and PhDs. So he knows the do's and don'ts of France, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure you that he's going to perform excellently well in France. And Mr. Dr. Sise, please, the French language is no longer in existence in this country. That is why most of our graduates only speak English. And when they compete with Guineans or Senegalese for international job, they are dropped. They pick up the Senegalese and Guineans because they are bilingual. We only depend on this Queen's language. We want you to go and do everything humanly possible to make sure we go back to, studying French. And there is no way, Mr. Speaker, please, I will sit down without mentioning one of my mentors, Sui Asidi. Mr. Speaker, honorable member. We used to call him Sui Asidi. Sui Asidi Ngunti SO2. Sui Asidi, you are going to an institution that is challenged. But we crave on your indulgence. You have to be patient. You have to work. You have to be a team player. Of course, I know you are a team player. Go there and make us proud. And the 2 military officers, the retired military officers, Mr. Speaker. Today, if we are in job, they sacrifice their life for us to survive today. If those Kufar have succeeded, we will be jobless today. None of us will be in office. None of us will be in office. So we want to thank them. We hope and pray that they will excel in the different offices where you are going. We have no doubt if you have performed here to expectation, you will do better there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I know you want me to wrap up now. I also have a father here, Dr. Usu Sano, who is a local government guru. We all know he was one of the best performing mayors of Bo City. I know the office you are appointed to, you are going to perform. And my own chairman, my Mr. Speaker, this is very interesting. Let me tell you something. I went to Koyema Government Secondary School. There is somebody here who went to Koyema, but he went there before me. This is the man who used to explain my people. When you go to Koyema, you eat goat, you don't pay for it. He was one of the guys, he eats the goat, my people, he eat their goat. Today he is going as chairman of NAXA. He is our district chairman, district chairman. And that is no less a person of Mohammed E.K. Ali. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to have a bite on this very important debate today. And I hope and pray I agree the indulgence of this honorable house for speedy approval of this nominees.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, it's a blessing and nobody's jobless here. Not so? Yes, honorable leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me first take this opportunity to thank His Excellency on behalf of the board district members of Parliament. Because as the caucus leader, although the deputy leader of government business is my immediate boss, and he has spoken already, but I still need to add my voice as the caucus leader. So with respect to you, deputy leader of government business, allow me to add my voice because you're my boss. Through Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm very happy. And I'm proud. And I must say to His Excellency the President that Bow Town is proud of him. Bow District, thank you. Bow District, we are proud of him. We've always respected him. We've always supported him. And today, he will allow me to congratulate you all in advance, because I know by God's grace you are going to be approved by this house. But I may leave some names out because of the number. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, allow me to start with one of my bosses, because I now have bosses in Parliament, but the one I started my political career with in council, and that's no less a person but Dr. Ususano. This is the man I'm proud of. We started from zero, because we started the 2004 Act in Go City Council. I was a councillor, and by then he was the chairman. But because of his actions, his proactiveness, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Dr. Ususano transformed Bow Town Council into a city. That's why we now call it Bow City Council. Doc, thank you very much. You've done so much for us, and we cannot let you go without letting people know what you have done. Like my leader said, Bow City Council, under your regime, was called the cleanest city. And that happened because of the good team you had. I was part of that team. But you led us with some passion for the township itself, to the extent that people thought, you are the real indigene. Because there are times when people come, we tell them, no, you are not from Bow. You are from Yauyema, in the Moyamba district. I'm not, you are from Yauyema in the Moyamba district, but believe you me, you produce results in Bow, like a sum of the soil. Thank you on behalf of Bow district. And I know you are going to another office. I have no doubt that you will perform more than what you've ever done. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me quickly turn my attention or talk about Dr. Kanjasi. It's a very good equation we have today. It's a -1 + 1. For those who know mathematics, minus Kanjasi plus Kanjasi. So equals to what? Kanjasi. Thank you, Mr. President, for taking one Kanjasi and bringing another. It's a very good mathematics. Dr. Sise, you are welcome into politics. Perhaps you've been performing, but not in the political realm. Now you are in politics. We'll be going to some of these places, our colleagues will be going to some of these places where you are going to serve us. We intend to serve, because until you are approved, you will not be given that chance. But I believe you are going to be approved, and therefore you are going to serve in the capacity as a person. You are young, but with all what you've read and what you've heard from people who know you more, particularly your elder brother, I want to believe that definitely you are going to perform to the expectation of all of us as members of Parliament. This Parliament, Dr. Sise, is Sierra Leone Parliament, and therefore you are going to serve Sierra Leone and not one political party. Let us try to serve Sierra Leone. This country is just one country, one people. No matter what other slogans may say, the one country, one people is the slogan that will see us through as Sierra Leoneans. So you are going to that office, make sure you do due diligence to that office. I am not coming from Kailan, but I'm related with the Kailan people. And therefore, I have this privilege to congratulate Mr. Morilengo on behalf of my family. Because by marriage, we are related. Mr. Morilengo is a household name. And I know this time round, and ever since, of course, this is just the right peg and the right hole. You have been an administrator. Now you are going to be the political head of the institution. That's internal affairs. I want you to have a blend of both the administrative side and the political side. But that does not mean you should not be taking cognizance of the fact that Sierra Leone has political parties and you're going to serve all the political parties. Serve us as a Sierra Leonean. You have been a very good man. Everybody has spoken well about you, and some will still be talking good about you. Just continue to be that kind of man that is incredible. Thank you, Mr. President, for this very, very good Sierra Leonean you have given us in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I wish you well, Mr. Nego. This is Sierra Leone. You know the challenges already in that office. We have policemen among policemen on the line. We have policemen among policemen. But let us make sure we give them good training services. Let us encourage them to be professional policemen. Let us encourage them. And through your office, without doubt, I know the office will be what you are expecting it to be. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, now allow me to talk to you about Chief. The Chief, the people's representative, the man of the people, the grassroots man, the man who has worked so hard for both districts, the bulldozer, and that's Mr. John Abu. Mr. John Abu, let me congratulate you in advance. I have no doubt that you are going to perform your duty, and you perform it well. You perform it diligently. I have no doubt, Mr. Abu. You know, because we have worked together in this game of politics. Today, you've been awarded for your good work. Continue to encourage the grassroots that you used to encourage. Because like others have already said, said, don't change your mindset. Because sometimes, as soon as you assume some of these offices, you become kings and behave otherwise. But I don't have doubts in you. You see, just the day your name was announced, you saw what happened at the party office. I was here in Freetown, where I saw it all, because we now have social media that tells us a lot of things around the world. Jonabo, Bo is sweet Bo. Well, you know what happens in Bo. When you uphold what you've been doing in Bo, you will definitely be hated. But no sooner as you move away, even slightly, away from the kind of reception people have been receiving from you, you become another thing, then Bo will change to something else. But I want to assure you that we're going to be with you as Bo District MPs. We are going to be with you, we support you. You too support us. When you have activities, all of us may not be there together, but make sure that you give us the opportunity to be with you and support you at all times. You've had your predecessor, he did so well, and that's Kedepa Ali, Mr. Kedepa Ali. He too did so well. I'm sure you will work with him closely and see what you can do to do more. You know, in politics, you do your own. The others may come, and when you come, make sure you always excel. Mr. President, thank you for the women. Thank you for the women you've appointed, particularly our sister, Honorable Helen Kuyebe. She has worked with us in our female caucus, and we know the support she gave to us in that particular office. You are loved by the women of this parliament because of your hard work. You have worked in different places. So you too, I am sure, and I can assure this house that you will prove to be what we expect you to be. We have, I'm rounding up. We have a president that maintains the slogan, talk and do. And if he says talk and do, he rest assured you are there to talk what you are able to do. In other words, he is looking forward to results. Leaders have said it. He is looking forward to results and not excuses. We know in every office there are challenges, but let us see how we can surmount some of these challenges so that we get development, required development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And to all the nominees, please, thank you, congratulations in advance. May God bless you in the offices as you take up.
The next command, the chief whip. Then, no, we round up, please. Oh, the paramount, they will round up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. First, that's my intention. I just want to thank you, first of all, for recognizing my inseparable brother, Umar Napoleon Kuruma. I want it to be known in this entire house that he's my brother indeed, and we are inseparable. I also want to thank you for recognizing my best minister. My best minister, Mohamed Ali. The brain behind abolition of the death penalty, the brain behind enactment of the IMC Act, the brain behind
Cybercrime.
The enactment of the cybercrime law, and also the brain behind expunging completely part 4 of the Public Order Act. He is my Minister of the Year. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as we approve today, of course I want us to know that I am a member of the Appointment Committee and I participated in all the sittings of the said committee. We had 3 sittings, but the result of those sittings are being put together now in one plenary hearings for their approval. And what I have discovered now, if I tell you and ask you how you feel, for sure your response will be, I feel very bad. You will not feel good for what has happened now. I will also tell you how I feel. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have 26 nominees before us for approval. But regrettably, out of that 26, only 4 are females. Only 4. Only 4 are females. And that is in total contravention of our very laws we make in this house. It's like Parliament going ahead now to deny our very resolution, our very enactments. Mr. Speaker, how do you feel? You may deserve your opinion. But I have rights and I have a platform now to tell the public how I feel. As a he or she, I feel very bad. I feel very bad. Not even 15%. Not even 15%.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is a public secret that the entire government architecture have 30% and above women representatives. So we cannot use nominees here to determine 30%.
Where is the leader of government business? Take note for him. Take note for him.
No, but because we are live on air, we should understand.
Yes,
that
that's why it's going to round up.
We have 30% women representation.
I know, on all of those issues. You are right, in the absence of the leader of government business, but take note for him to respond. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since start of deliberations today, the House has been very orderly.
I agree.
Not that we didn't have points of order.
I agree.
We want this House to be orderly. And I would like it to continue that way. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I said, the only thing that will appease me, of course we have to go ahead. I cannot stand against approval of these nominees. I only have the right, which I have done, to tell you how I feel. But maybe the only thing that can appease me is the answer to this question. And I believe if it is no, then I will say, well, it's better. If it is yes, then I will say it's good. The question is, for the Right Honorable Helen Biembe, as a female nominee, my instinct tells me that she is the first woman to be appointed chair of SLR board. That's my instinct. If the answer is yes, then that I can use that one to appease myself in terms of he for she for womanhood. that even though female representation in this particular nomination process or approval process is below 15%, or at least a record has been set that a woman, for the first time since Adam and Eve, has now been appointed as chair of SLR board. I think that's kudos for His Excellency President Bill. That's kudos for His Excellency President Bill. Thank you very much, President Bill, for appointing a female for the first time to head SLR. And I have a few issues to speak to SLR. For me, I don't speak to the individual. I speak to the issues. Madam SLR, I congratulate you in advance, if approved. But please take note of the following. Number one is a question. In terms of regional divide in this nation, who bewitched Sierra Leone? Who bewitched Sierra Leone? That is forcing us now to remain in that regional divide as we are currently. Who bewitched us?
It's not correct. It's not correct. You're wrong.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I must take this time to commend Professor Alpha T. Wuri, Chief Advisor to the President. One of the ideas he is working towards now is to ensure certain ministries, for instance, agriculture, Minister of Agriculture, has nowhere to sit his headquarters in the western area. Minister of Agriculture should go to the whole country. It has no place to sit here. And at one time he engaged me as an individual. And I showed him my mathematics as to how naturally we can bridge this regional divide, of which the geography of Sierra Leone is directly dictating to us to remain divided. I will show you how. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, take from Mashaka. Let's take the boat route on the SLPP. But we have the SLPP round, so we start from there. When you take from Mashaka to go to Kenema on the SLPP, development agenda is based on the right-hand side. Only the right-hand side. On the APC, take from the same Mashaka.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we want this house to be orderly.
Chief Whip, you are going to address this parliament.
We want this house to be orderly.
Please, proceed.
We are providing vision. In fact, Professor Alpha will appreciate me so much. We are providing vision for either this government or succeeding government. Some government will come one day and says this thing makes sense and we have to do it. We are providing vision. SLR, please take note of this. Maybe at your time or at a later date. On the APC, the same Mashaka. You take Mashaka to Makeni. On the APC, development is centered on the left. Only. On the SLPP, Mashaka to go, development is on the right. Only. And you know what is going wrong now? The center, the middle. Nobody pays attention. No city, no big towns, no development, no attention, no road, nothing. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we need connectivity in terms of very good road networks. Not even one, not even two. If I have my way, for me, between Mashaka and 91 on this side, and Mashaka and Lausanne on that side, there should be one connectivity. And they need it. And then we go to 91, there is an existing road already, but it's being neglected. 91 to Magorga or Matotoga, there's a connectivity road, but it's being neglected. If I have my way, that road will get my first class attention. And then you have out my way between 91 and Tayama, and between Makeni and Masingbi, there should be one connectivity. Of course, there is a second connecting road now that goes from Matotuka to Yide to Bo. It was being neglected. If this connectivity roads are being constructed perfectly, this region that divide with time will go away. It will fade out. Mr. Speaker, you know I like sociology. The concept of change. Change, number one, is unnoticeable. You cannot notice it. Then when it's ready to come, you cannot stop it. Change is unstoppable. But you need to provide a suitable environment for change to take place. But now, as a result of the neglect of that buffer zone between the southeast and the northwest, we remain southeast and we remain northwest forever and ever. That cannot be. We need to connect ourselves. Mr. Speaker, you sent me a special select committee to do oversight on Orange, the poor network on Orange. You know what happened to us? We went all the way to Kono, and then our next mission was destined to Moyamba. You know what happened? We have to drive all the way from Kono back to Masiaka and back to Moyamba Junction and then to Moyamba. What a shame! I felt so bad. My chairman felt so bad. We would have just left Kono, come to Tongo, and then to Kelema. Simple. In fact, it is a circular road. It's a circular road. The road connectivity road from Kono to Tongo to Kelema should be priority. You don't need to come back all the way. Madam Secretary, please pay attention. You don't need to come all the way to Masiaka. But this is very unfair. If I tell you, you will shed tears, Mr. Speaker. Munguna is crying foul. Madam Secretary, listen to me. Munguna is crying foul. Under the APC government, because of Munguna mines, Sierra Leone was recorded as the fastest growing economy in the world because of Munguna. As it is right now, you will agree with me that Munguna is one of the bread baskets for mining industry that is giving a lot of money to the coffers of government. Munguna is the bread basket for electricity as I speak right now. But government in, government out, Munguna is nowhere to be seen in terms of road infrastructure. From Abuja to Munguna should have been that long since. It's long overdue, Madam President. Munguna is crying foul. As a bread basket for electricity, as a bread basket for iron ore mines, up to now Munguna no road. Why? Please remember Munguna. Remember Munguna. But this one will shock you. My next point will shock you. Was an adopted son of Donald Trump. As an adopted son of Donald Trump, I will tell you why. If you hate me, start campaigning against me now. But if I come, I will do what I say. Madam Kade of Standing Housing Corporation. Standing Housing Corporation. What is happening with our baby, the OU village? What is happening with OU village? OU village, government offices, to stop renting offices of exorbitant prices. There is no land. They are transforming government land to private. Let me tell you now, as an adopted son of Donald Trump, if I have my way, the day I come, I have my way, I will fence the entire Orange village. I will not talk to anybody.
Deport immigrants.
If that one goes well with you, then pray for me.
I'll pray for you.
If it doesn't go well with you, start campaigning against me now. Yes, today the 19th of December 2024. If you don't like it, start campaigning against me now. Because I want you to know that if I have my way, if I have my way, we will fence OU village without reference to anybody. It belongs to government. Why change it to private? Why? It's wrong. Government is government now. There's no land to build development, to build offices. Nothing. All is gone. Madam Housing Corporation. Oh, this is wrong. It's unfair. As chair, I congratulate in advance. But once you take up office, I know women can do better. That's why I'm not too happy today. I wanted at least 10 women. But nevertheless, we go as it is. But please take note. That's my own opinion, and I will do it if I have my way. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Lengo, Internal Affairs, various speakers have spoken to this point that you are not the first to be Internal Affairs Minister, and you will not be the last. Your office is just for a time. And during the appointment, during the interview, I asked you this question, but you attempted to dodge. You attempted to dodge the correct answer. But now you cannot dodge because you cannot speak to me now. I have the right to speak. Upon confirmation and approval by this house, please take note of bike riders within the central business district. It's becoming unacceptable, sir. It's becoming unacceptable. And what predecessors used to do it worked, and it was good. I don't know why it stopped. It has stopped. And now there's no law. There's no law. The police are overwhelmed. They cannot. Because by the time you want to identify this light, this one will pass this way. This one will pass this way. This one will be breaking traffic everywhere within the central business district. It is wrong, sir. Can that be your first assignment? In 3 months. And then you report to this house. I'm not Mr. Speaker. I cannot use ISO 42. I can only recommend to Mr. Speaker that if he didn't fit, you put it to test in this particular regard, and then you report to us, or you report to the committee, the Internal Affairs Committee, in 3 months, commencing 1st of January. The rest of December is holiday for you. It is becoming unacceptable. At least let them stop by going across bridge. At least let them stop by PZ. At least that small needle, let it be free. But bike riders all over the place, I don't think that is good. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is time for everything under the sun. And on that note, I want to speak just 1 minute to a very fine nominee here, Mr. Kweba Amara. Mr. Kweba Amara, if I want virus that came to my mind now, I said it's virus. It's virus. You know why? Something just spoke to me. Say, "Bo, that man SO2, the man in the look for the roots. It's virus. It's ungrateful virus." When I was at year 1, I think you have seen it for him. You were doing your postgraduate diploma in education. I was at year 1. He was at final honors 2. This man saw something in me By the way, he's not my friend. He's not my blood brother. He's not anything. Nothing. But that man saw something in me and took me up and gave me free lectures. Free lectures. He gave me free lectures. And today I am what I am. And then you are before me and for approval. What do you expect? What do you expect? They usually say, one good turn. So you have to be approved. On that note, honorable members, I hereby approve. This is harvest time. Harvest. On that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to implore this house that we set aside the gender disparity, the gender inequality, the gender abuse of this approval process. Let us just be it up. Because I know if that is why Mama of the house never spoke.
Mama of the house, is that correct?
That's why even the head of gender caucus, female caucus, chose not to say anything. I'm a spirit man. I can scan you. I have a spirit of discernment. I can discern what is in you. That's why you chose not to speak anything. Not because the buy is here, no. But because you are not happy. So please, take it easy. It will not happen again. I vouch. It will not happen again. Next time, we cannot approve less than 15%. No, sir. No, man. No. But this for the purpose of today, I urge honorable members to approve these 5 nominees to go to their work. Thank you very much. God bless.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, after Honorable Chief Whip, the Paramount Chief, then with special leave of Mr. Speaker, I am going to give the caucus leader, female caucus leader, 2 minutes to talk to our women. Just 2 minutes, then we'll round up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was donating the presidential speech, I said something this way. And let me repeat it. Most MPs here will speak to the gallery, don't speak to the fact. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's happening to me for me to say this. What the APC did not do in 11 years is what they want us to do in 6 years. I mean, APC was involved for 11 years. They sold all the oil villas. All the oil villas, they sold them. Apart from selling the oil villas, those who are occupying the oil villas now are all members of the APC, 90%. And we have a member of the APC telling us that when they come back, they will fence the oil villa. They are sending a signal that if we allow those guys to come back, exactly what it is what they are saying. Mr. Speaker, please. No, Mr. Speaker, hold on.
What I want you to do, Honorable Chief Whip, don't be passionate. Go easy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going easy. Yeah. You see, he was also talking about the interconnection of routes. 11 years they did not connect with Togo. 11 years they did not connect Moeba and today they want to present a very bad picture of the NSA people. 11 years they did not do it. What they did not do in 11 years is what they want us to do in 6 years. We don't have magic. Mr. Speaker, he said Bubuna is the breadbasket of this country. I agree. And it was the same in 2017 to 2012. What did they do? But Mr. Speaker, let me say, having said that, let me say very thank you to the President. Today, I'm a proud one Jamaican because I'm seeing 3 important and hard-working nominees among the nominees. But Mr. Speaker, let me disappoint my wife. Because she's been thinking that when I get the mic to speak, I will first of all speak on behalf of her son. But I'm taking somebody first who has sacrificed for this nation. And we are where we are today because of his sacrifice. These are the few people that, no please. This is one of the contributors to the Police for Good to Do. That is Mr. Lengo. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Lengo, apart from him being a very, very fine police, he was a very disciplined police. He was not only a very disciplined police, but he was very hardworking. If police is where they are today, we can give that credit to Mr. Lengo. Mr. Lengo, you are a policeman. You used to give orders to your junior police. But where you are going, you are not going to give orders. You are going to work with others. Therefore, I'm asking you to blend your disciplinary actions and your hard working and your diplomatic acumen you have to please bring the Ministry of Internal Affairs to the level that we are expecting. Like my colleague on the other side said, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has a lot to do with our security. You have a very unassuming young man who is a CIO, and I believe with your leadership and guidance, you work with him better. Mr. Speaker, let me report to this House that when we were attacked at my shaka, but for God and one person, some of us will be alive today, and that is the most retired CDS, General Lavaon. We were attacked at my shaka. I was in the company with the clerk of the house. Just a phone call. He said I was very good at picking calls. I said, General, we have been attacked at my shaka. It's okay, give me 5 minutes. I'm sending escort for you guys. In 5 minutes or in 10 minutes, escort was there, and we drove from my shaka to Freetown. Mr. Lavaon, thank you very much. And I hope that when you get to Kenya, you will exhibit that type of leadership. Because, like I told Mr. Lengo, you used to give orders. Now you are going to work with others. And please, make sure we feel proud as Swahilians. But not only as Swahilians, but as Parliament. Because President George nominates you. He said, go to the Parliament and approve you. Already investigate if you are fit for purpose. That is exactly what you have done. You are fit for that job. And I hope and know that you will excel. And you will be a very good name to Swahili. The ambassador going to Brussels. As a member of the EU
Honorable Rogers, this sitting is stood down for 3 minutes for obvious reasons.
We will come and start all over again. How you manage that?
Nigeria, the food.
You know, be trying. I'm trying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing I want us to learn in Israel is to preach unity as a nation. We should not be talking about divisive politics. I think this house should be above that. I will say that, Mr. Speaker, let me come back to the reason why we are here today. Can we please sit down, please? Mr. Speaker, we have nice gentlemen who are very hardworking today, and we have beautiful ladies who are so hardworking. Mr. Speaker, allow me to zoom in on Mr. Chotange. Mr. Chotange has been a journalist before now, and I think he has been a very successful journalist. And I think Omar Fufana is here, he will attest to that. So the appointment that has been given to Mr. Chotange, I think he deserves it. That appointment has been long awaited. And Mr. Chotange is coming from a family. He's coming from a home. He's not coming from a house. I believe when he gets there, he will defend that district he's coming from. That's the one German district. And he's very hardworking. I can vouch for him that he's going to make us proud. We have a very nice and beautiful lady who is going to the Sierra Leone commercial bank as a board member. Mr. Speaker, members, I got to know this woman when she came back wanted to contest for a symbol. We took our time to speak to her, and she listens. Meaning she's somebody that can listen. And fortunately for us as a district, it's a woman that can deliver. And it's a woman who's respected all over that district. I can vouch for her in this way, that she will change the face of Sierra Leone commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me say this to this house. The resident minister designate is a sufferer, or was a sufferer until today when we are going to approve him to become resident minister. I heard people saying that he should not change because he's now a minister. He's somebody that nothing changes him. I can bet for that. Mr. Abu, please continue your hard work. Mr. Speaker, when I look at those beautiful and handsome nominees, do you know what comes to my mind? These are our 2028 winning team. Because there is no way those set of people will allow APs to come back to this country. Because, like, let me quote President Liu, they're not good for themselves, they're not good for this country. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me end on saying, he who laugh last, laugh best. I want to end with Dr. Ibrahim Kanjasisi, a very handsome, hardworking gentleman, very unassuming. And I want to say that Dr. Alhaji Kanjasisi is coming from a very fine home and a very good family. And he's a young guy that I think will protect the image of his family. Will preserve that legacy of his family, the Sisi family, one of the most wonderful families in this country. Dr. Ibrahim Kanjasisi, please go and make us proud. Dr. Mohamed Kanjasisi, please go and make us proud. We, the Sisi family, we are relying on you to preserve our name, preserve the legacy of Alhaji Kanjasisi. Because if you are given that appointment, I'm sure you are given that appointment. You have worked hard though, but part of what contributed to that position was the hard work of your father. So please, go and make us proud as a family. Go and work for this nation. Go and work for the party. Honorable Ellen Kuyeme, like the deputy leader said, we are all in this house together in 2012. We know who you are and we know what you are capable of doing. So please, you know, when some of those positions are given, they might not be given to you as an individual. those are positions that are kept now for retired members of parliament. So when you work hard in that position, I'm sure that when I retire tomorrow, I might be appointed chairman of SLRC or SLRA. So please go and make us proud. Of course, you know that you never let us and you will never. You are a very hardworking woman and a very disciplined woman. Ambassador Sowa, when you were at the Ministry of Education, you did a lot to project a very good image of this country in terms of education. And I'm sure this nation will benefit from your appointment. Please don't turn your back down for the Ministry of Education. We still need more donors to come to our educational sector to project the very good image and the successes you've made in that ministry. Don't let the Ministry of Education down. Don't let this house down. I mean, please, those ambassadors, because your boss is here, please make him proud. He has never been to this parliament unless he's appointed. But he's here today because he has his ambassadors who are going to be approved by this house. So please, like I said, this is the face of 2018. This is 2018 a winning team. Please. Amara Kwevaya, I have no doubt in your ability in making sure that the PPLC succeed. Don't listen to the campaign, my colleague that said I was campaigning you. Just do the right thing. Because all I said was campaigning. But we know that you are a very hardworking gentleman and you prove it to this nation that you can do it. Honorable members, honorable members, all of the appointees today we have in front of us, they are all qualified and I'm sure they are all capable of doing the job. That was why we approved them, that is why they are here today. So please, make us proud, make this parliament proud, because you are telling the nation that you are qualified for the job that was given to you. So please prove that. You are seeing the Secretary General here. Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for putting this winning team together. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mimi Kadri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I thank the President very much for appointing these fine nominees here for us today. And I also want to thank the committee that did its best to bring them here before us, and they've told us that they've done due diligence in going through their resumes to see that they are qualified for the job they are going for. And to the nominees, you've had a lot of admonition from most of the speakers. They've admonished you enough to take you to your new offices. I know you will listen to their admonition and do your best so that the President will not be disappointed in you. And also remember them telling you about the relationship between your office and this parliament. Please always listen to them. When they go to you, just listen, because you rely on this parliament. They are going to make you what you will be in the next few hours. So please don't just sweep their presence like nothing good. And then to my colleague Paramount Chiefs, you have also been appointed. Remember, we are 190 chiefs in this country. Most of them want to be appointed, but you will have to make the way. Go to those offices, work to the best of your ability to make the President happy, to make him feel that we are partners in development, so that he will continue appointing more paramount chiefs to those offices. And to the former CDS, I will not end this debate without talking about you. I feel so proud. Most of the speakers here spoke well about you. The ambassador designate for Kenya is coming from Dase, from Mano Dase Chief. Dase is proud of you. We are praying for you. Remember, one speaker from this side said, no ambassador or no person going to foreign office has ever written good, has ever brought good to this country. I know you will change that narrative. I pray that you change that narrative so that we will always rely on you. And we always rely on you for better diplomatic ties. So with that note, I want to thank Mr. Speaker very much. And I want to thank you, the committee members, and I also want to thank the President very much for appointing you. Remember, out of over 7 million people, he decided to choose you for these offices. Please don't disappoint me. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The female caucus leader, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no intention to debate because I know all have been spoken. But Mr. Speaker, I couldn't let it pass by without congratulating the ladies that have been nominated today. I hear my colleague leader very clearly when he said we have very few women. But we are grateful, Mr. Speaker. We cannot achieve it all in one go. If it is a 30% quota, we have achieved that as a country. We continue to ask for more. However, we continue to also appreciate every little drop of it. We are thinking and we are hoping that His Excellency is a listening president and that by the next time we have appointees here, we'll have more women. But to my women folks, on behalf of all the female MPs in this parliament, we want to wish you all well. Please make the women of Sierra Leone proud in your different offices. We continue to believe in ourselves and we continue to hope that more women will be appointed to positions. It will come from your delivery in your various offices. We know women can do it better. And we know when you put women in places, all you can ask for is result, result, result. And women, if it is capability, capacity, less corrupt, and delivery, is more women. We continue to appreciate the men, but we continue to ask for more room for women to perform. Mr. Speaker, I stand here in 2 capacities. One as the President of the Female Caucus of the 6th Parliament of Sierra Leone, and one as the caucus head of Kailan District. And so on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all indigenes of Kailan, to say to you, the 10 MPs from Kailan cannot all debate. As you can see, we are short of time. But I want you all to know that Kailan District is extremely proud of all of you. We wish you well, and we want to thank His Excellency for remembering Kailan. And we know, we have no doubt that you all deliver, because you are from the only district that knows how to do it best. Go out there and do what we are known for and deliver well. Mr. Speaker, I know my 2 minutes is down, but I cannot sit without speaking to the former chairman of NATSA and the present nominated chairman for NATSA. And that is my own PC, who is from my constituency, PC Fode. PC Fode, thank you for all you did in NATSA. The peace and harmony that you brought to NATSA is unexplainable and unimaginable. We want to appreciate you. And from Mr. Ali, who is the lion of the South, you are going to a place that is well stable from what we used to know it to be. Please work with the commissioner and the deputy commissioner and all the staff. Learn from your predecessor what it has all been, and we know that with your presence there, you are working with your brothers. You will deliver. And so my son, Alusan Kago, you know my wish for you. go and deliver for your people in the north. You are a grassroots person. To all the ambassadors, all have been spoken about you. We believe in your diplomatic relations that you will be forming in those countries. Please make Sierra Leone proud. My women always knock on the door of the female caucus of this parliament. We'll be ready to support you, and we are extremely proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't allow this house to round up without giving somebody, especially to address the nominees. And that person is the champion of the Gay Bill and the champion of women, not only in Sierra Leone, but in West Africa. The mama of the house. Let's hear you for another 2 minutes. The mama of West Africa.
Thank you very much.
Once the mama, always the mama.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and my beautiful and handsome nominees. I sat here quietly listening because I believe each and every one of those who have spoken have done justice to the nominees. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I just want to correct my senior colleague out there by saying it's because we have not seen much of the women there, so that's why we have decided to keep mute. No, we appreciate. Thank you very much for the recognition. But we appreciate. We always do like Oliver Twist. We believe His Excellency, He will do more for the women of this country. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to the nominees, you are going to serve the people of Sierra Leone. And I have no doubt you will do justice. You are all qualified. And you are all fitted for the job that you've been there for. If I say I'm going to pick one, will not go today. But being that we have a long day today, that's why I'm just going to zoom in 2 people. You are all qualified, of course. For my sister, Honorable Kuyembe, we have been on this. We have been together. I hope and pray all that have been said about you, you will do justice. You lead, and others will follow. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me just zoom in 2 people who are new and are going to be, and they are going to another new place. That is Dr. Mohamed Sise and also Mamadi Gobe Kamara. You are going to a new dispensation. You are going to a new environment. Of course, for Dr. Mohamed Sise, in your resume, we know that it's a homegoing. You've been there and you know it all. But you are going alongside with your sister. Sometimes people underrate or neglect their deputies. And I always run at it. Deputies should not be underrated. Deputies should not be seen like puppets. You leave them to do their own. You have to work together. Don't make them irrelevant. You are going there as new people. Please, work together. Work together in the sense that His Excellency is expecting much from you. We are all diplomats. Of course, Mamadi has been in the foreign mission, and you too, you've been in the foreign mission. Why I'm addressing you is because you are going to a new dispensation. And also in the area of French, like you heard from one of my colleagues. I am a living testimony. I am in the ECOWAS Parliament. My problem there
is the French. You know, we have this language barrier. We speak in science because we refuse to learn French. I never loved my French master, not knowing that I was doing harm to myself. Now, I want to see you go and advocate, send us books so that our children will start to learn English, French, because it's the only way that we can succeed in West Africa. I don't doubt in you, and I have confidence because of the home you are coming from. You work together, like what my colleagues have said, live to the expectation of your parents, because I know they must be proud of you today. They are seated here, listening to all the accolades that is being given to you. So don't let them down, do them, make them proud, and go and live to the expectation of the people of this country. So all of you, you are qualified. I know each and every one of you seated there. I know you are qualified, you can do it. Of course, for John Abu, I have known him for the past years, because when we are in Bo, SO2, in Timmy, we used to Lala Pinta. That is, we go in and out to find the way forward. And now you are there. You know, patient dog in the fattest bone. Now you have been there to be and resident minister of the South. And the South is Bo, Bob, Moyamba, Pujem. We are going to follow you up. We'll make you big, and will help you to succeed. So, to all others, the paramount chiefs and everybody. And the good thing I love with this nominee today is the inclusiveness. People are frowning, some people are misinforming others that SLPP, if you are not Kamara, Bangura, Kuroma, you will not be appointed. Now look at the team. We have Kagos, we have Cisses, we have Kagos, we have Banguras, we have everybody there. The inclusiveness, that shows that we SLPP, we can do it. We want the inclusion. That is why His Excellency thought it fit to do the mixing. So with that, I have no doubt. Please, go and do justice. Go and live to the expectation of His Excellency who have appointed you. So with that, I want to say thank you to my able speaker for giving me this opportunity to address the nominees. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have always seen this as a glorious opportunity to talk on appointees from the highest office of this nation. So in non-certain terms, I think this house should be political in debating people who are going to serve the entire nation. So to me, I have always held the greatest exception to anybody or member of parliament that may want to go political when we are debating nominees from His Excellency the President. I also think very strongly that utterance is made by the chief whip. I will call for, because those who are on government bench have the moral obligation to ensure that the debates are not controversial, because appointees are coming from government. I have always advised MPs from my own side that when we are debating nominees from His Excellency, we should be nationalistic, very nationalistic. Because we don't expect them to serve one political party. They are serving Sierra Leoneans, regardless of your political opinion, your political shades, your region, your tribe.
Just one people, one country. One people, one country.
So to me, members of parliament should work hard to ensure that we renege from insinuating political debates when we are debating appointees from His Excellency, the President. Well, interestingly, I came and I met my whip of the opposition debating, and he was so emotional, and his debate really touched me, and I felt the pain he was feeling also. But interestingly, when he was ending his debate, he was extraordinarily braggadocious about generals being appointed by His Excellency. He said they have a lot of liberates that have been appointed by His Excellency the President. I looked at him, I shook my head, and I told Honorable Daniel Koma that if he knows what I know, he would not talk about political lineage whilst we are in college. At every given point in time when appointees come here from His Excellency, the Radicals Club have always had the biggest share. On that note, I'll begin with a comrade of the Radicals Club.
Who is behind that?
The appointee. Of course, when I joined the Radicals Club, the dictator by then was Dictator Napoleon. And interestingly, I didn't say initiated to the Radicals Club, I said joined. Because at the Radicals Club, we don't initiate, we induce. And for me, who is an engineer by profession, induction is a borrowed term from electromagnetism. And it is defined as the process of getting an uncharged body charged by bringing it closer to a charged body. They were the charged bodies and we were the uncharged bodies. So when we went closer to them, they transferred their charges to us. We don't initiate our radicals. PPRC is a very, 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 very strategic office. You deal with all political parties. I want to seize this opportunity to publicly and unhesitatingly thank the former holder of that office, Mr. Bangura. He did extremely well to ensure that he created a level playing field for political parties to participate in the 2023 elections. Almost 3 months to elections, there was no flag bearer for the main opposition party. He did all he could to ensure that the process was competitive and we participated in the process. This is the task that you have been given. You cannot strangulate one political party for the growth of another political party. You should create a uniform playing field for all political parties. You don't have to listen to instructions from above always. We have dogmatic people in our political parties. When I say our political parties, it's without exception to the political party I belong. You should serve political parties with your conscience. Like I've always maintained, for whatever responsibility you have today, you'll be judged one day for what you do or what you did not do. You won't be asked. You won't be asked. Because when I say judge, even if it's not from God but posterity. Posterity. I want to advise you to ensure that you are fair. You do the correct thing. You will always be at peace with your conscience. People will call you from various political parties wanting to influence you. But ensure that your conscience is your first advisor. I wish you very well in that office. They say if you want to tell a chick that is growing to be a cock, you will identify the chick the first day it is hatched. I am referring to the proposed ambassador to France. I have not had much interaction with you, but few things that gave me total confidence that you will serve this nation is because you have made conscious effort to deliberately follow the footsteps of your father. I am a member of the All People's Congress political party and a member of the second highest organ, first and second highest organ of the party, which is the NAC. But I will stand here and unhesitatingly state that the former Minister of Energy is a good man. I could remember when I was superintending over the secretariat of my party as the secretary to the party. There was one day we had a program at our party's office, and we were so constrained that the generator went bad. The generator went bad, and there was no electricity. And there was no electricity. I had to call this man once, and he said, "How do you consider it done?" And to me, this should be the relationship between SNPP and APC. We are not enemies, for God's sake. No one political party will remain in office forever. No one political party will remain in office forever. So you have to ensure that you don't see a Sierra Leonean from the other side as your enemy. And that is why whenever we have the opportunity to say it publicly, we do. Because they are more Sierra Leoneans than members of the SLPP. So I want you to hold that same mentality when you go to France. Ensure that you treat all Sierra Leoneans who are residing in France equally. Of course, we have no doubt in your credentials, because as my deputy said, I am equally a member of the appointment committee, to the extent that we have to ask you questions in French, and you responded appropriately. So we know the level of intelligence and composure you exude whilst you were in front of this committee. We don't doubt that you will deliver. I have always said, whenever you are appointed into any office, before you leave that office, you should have a pointer what you did not meet at the office that you left at the office. Don't leave the office as you met it. Do something nobody has ever done in that very office. Should be innovative. Especially when it comes to water supply. But like I said, the same mentality must be transmitted in every ministry, department, and agencies of government. We should learn to serve the people, regardless of their political shades, regardless of their regions, regardless of their tribes. And I remember when Mr. Munda was the Director General of Salwako. By then, there was Corona. People were not allowed to go out. There was lockdown. And my people were suffering from lack of water supply. I called Mr. Munda, who was at that time the Director General for Salwako. He left Potloko, drove with the Bowser to Lungi, and he stood there whilst they were supplying water to the people. He is also a good man. This is the mentality. President Bio did not only appoint you to serve people who voted for SLPP, but you are serving Sierra Leoneans in general. Every Sierra Leonean, you are serving. So I want to crave that Salwako improves the service in the rural and ensure that we have sufficient water supply. So the appointment of the former police boss, retired AIG Mori Nengo Esquire, to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You have a big task to perform. With your experience as a former police officer, I'm sure you have the prerequisite capacity to handle that. What I have learned about my country is that if you want to make a good name, you will have to compromise the law to make the good name. But if you want to let something happen to Sierra Leone that is right, you will have to be in the bad books of some people. That shouldn't bother you. You have a conscience, you have posterity, you have God. These should be your fears. Make sure that you effect changes in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We have all seen the progress made at the administrative sector. They are rapid, they are spontaneous. Recently, I saw them parading the streets of Freetown, showcasing what they have done. So I want to seize this opportunity to similarly extend on behalf of our parliament. Parliament should be proud when a product of this parliament is appointed and he performs well in his office. Parliament should be proud. So I want to seize this opportunity on behalf of my team to commend the good work so far of the Chief of Immigration, who was serving here as the Deputy Whip, Chief Whip of this House. For EGTC, we have all seen public statement made by His Excellency the President. We have one responsibility as politicians is to ensure that we provide services for the people who sang and danced for us. That is our responsibility. They would not want to know how we go about it. They would not want to know the challenges we face. All they want to know is how we are able to provide them with the basic amenities they need. To NAXA. Of course, we have seen social projects being executed by government. I could remember when we have the Ebola, government came with the quick economic response, the QAP, and there were 5 schematic areas, one of which was for SMEs, to give support for SMEs. So I want to advise, of course, that proper modalities are instituted so that when such social programs are instituted by government, they are implemented in every district. I want to thank the boss of NAXA, and I want to advise you to continue to serve Sierra Leoneans. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I know, of course, this house would have a very long day because of our next program on the order paper. So I wouldn't hold this house to ransom. I will therefore ask that Mr. Philip Bobchusu, yes, what the matter with the community? And no vows, we can do it. Anyhow, we can do it. Yes, you have been appointed as ambassador to Brussels, Belgium. Please treat every Sierra Leonean there equally. Including everybody you think is bad. You know that what the matter? All right. Mr. Minister, I call him. Yeah, exactly. So every Sierra Leonean, whether good or bad or ugly, must be treated equally. I see the minister, they watch me once everybody. Lieutenant General retired Peter Lavahun, you are going to Kenya. We always know that there is diplomacy in the military. Use your diplomacy to ensure that you raise the flag of our country. You are the face of Sierra Leone, dear. Whatsoever you do will reflect back to our nations. I remember when we went to Egypt, Mr. Speaker, the ambassador in Egypt, in our presence, held series of meetings with investors in Egypt, luring them to come and invest in Sierra Leone. Please ensure that when you go to Kenya, you create opportunities for the government of Sierra Leone in Kenya. Ensure you build a very good image and ensure that you lure investors to come and invest in our own country. Retired Major General David Fred Alpha, High Commissioner to Abuja, Nigeria. Deputy High Commissioner. Abuja is the hub of West Africa / Africa politics. You must make sure that you have a very good diplomatic atmosphere whilst you're there. Because Abuja is the resident that an opposition will always be afraid to say good things about somebody in the government bench And somebody in government will always be afraid to say good things about somebody in the opposition. This generation must break that. And that is what we are practicing. The minister is a good man. He has expanded Sierra Leone's foreign relations. He has brought in so many countries. And regardless of his age, you have all the ambassadors have a lot to copy from him. You have a lot to copy from him. Mr. Raymond Carter is here. Oh, okay. I wish you well in your office. Produce monitoring board. We've always had issues with what is produced here. Always have issues. And in Ghana, in a school in Ghana, just in one day, they lost over 192 people in a school because of what they consume in that school. Your office is huge. You have to ensure that you serve Sierra Leoneans. I wish you well. Mr. Joseph Munda Bindi, proposed chairman, National Council for Civic Education and Democracy. I see Madam they watch me. Madam they for watch me. I have known you for a while, and you've done exceptionally well whilst you were at the Board Council. Now you have a bigger responsibility. Please ensure you do your best to this nation. Mrs. Menshura, proposed member of the Board of Commercial Bank. Of course, we've seen a lot of monetary policies instituted to ensure that we stabilize the economy. The economy is still challenged. You have to work tooth and nail to ensure that we bring down the exchange rate. Mr. Jonathan Danema, Dr. Usu Sano, Mr. Alusain Kabo, I wish you all well in your new responsibility. Remember today. Remember today. And when the clock ticks, be thinking of what you've achieved in your offices. It is not only for these people to gather here and dance and sing for you. And at the end of the day, you disappoint them. And you disappoint the nation. It's for what you will do. We have well over 7 million Sierra Leoneans. For the fact that you have been appointed, it means you have a moral obligation to deliver. Remember, when I was referring to Honorable Kane, who was the deputy whip, I did say that whosoever goes through parliament, when he or she is given another opportunity to serve, he or she will be very judicious. Because parliament exposes you to governance. Don't ever underestimate the capacity, the governance capacity of a member of parliament. Don't ever do that. Because a member of parliament churches every look and carry of governance. So I have no doubt, no scintilla of doubt, that Honorable Mrs. Ellen Kuyambe will do good at the SLRA. Dr. John David Cooper is a colleague engineer. We are at Fourier College together. I think I was senior for him. When he came and when he met us at the appointment committee and said, he's a doctor. I said, I don't speak English no more parliament. I hope that academic qualification will be translated to delivering for this country. You are a young man. You will live more years to see your work. It will be bad for somebody to say this person was given this opportunity, but look how he performed whilst he was given this opportunity. So young people are always afraid that the wheels of history will hold them responsible one day. So as a young man, I wish you all the best in that office. And I pray that you will transform this very nation. Madam Zoukon, Ministry of Housing and Corporation, Ambassador Sheikh Mohammed Soa. I wish you well. If anybody is sensitive enough, when I come to any comrade, I have no doubt, no iota, no scintilla of doubt that they will perform. Because that is what we are trained for. You should be outstanding. Should be outstanding. The speaker is watching me because he was on the other side whilst we were in college. PC Fode Musa, Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. This is one office that is to be treated very seriously. Because we've all seen the internal rancor, we've all seen what ensued after the elections, and we've all seen the role played by this Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. They were so pivotal in the signing of the agreement for national unity between the government of Sierra Leone and the All People's Congress Party. That is why whenever we have an opportunity to talk, we always remind government to make conscious effort and expedite the implementation of proposals on the agreement of national unity and also the tripartite, the recommendations of the tripartite committee. They are very key, they are very important. And I hope you will do all the best. Mr. Ibrahim Njai Amara, proposed member board of directors, Sierra Leone Maritime Administration. I have had a lot of, especially in the last parliament, lots of complaints about maritime. I hope your coming into the board will help solve most of the problems we have there. Mrs. Olainka Winifred Laga, board member, Bank of Sierra Leone. Of course, you were in front of us, was it yesterday or the day before? And we were pleased with your presentation. We were pleased with the responses you gave to critical questions posed to you. And we have no doubt that you will deliver. We wish you very, very well in that office. PC Sadiq Kapua, Chairman, National Insurance Company. Sleep. I've always held a view about insurances in Sierra Leone. You do it because police will arrest you if you don't do it. But there is nothing you gain from insuring your vehicle.
You will hit your vehicle and they will not ask any questions. Whilst in other countries, insurance company pays money for repairs. Yeah, I don't know whether, but we want to see insurance company begin to take up their responsibilities. Let us don't insure our vehicles because of law or because of fear of police officers. You need to be accounted. You need to be accounted. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, owing to the very long day we have today, I want to plead with this House that we pass these appointees that have been appointed to various positions, and I pray that they will deliver for the betterment of our only country, Sierra Leone. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your numerous contributions towards the approval of the presidential nominees. I want to thank my colleagues, especially on the other side of the aisle, for the advice that they are giving our nominees. And the leader of the opposition specifically counting one step after the other, copy, edit, and paste for some of my nominees. In a very good note. Thank you for all what you have done. And that is the way we build a nation. And that is how we are going to move. I mean, we are comrades. The contextual form the comrades of the Oranitas Club. The only socio-political club we have in the universities. We are all right. The reason why I have said that, we try to bring positivity to governance and see how best we can change the political dynamics. Matter of fact, most times what we do is to make sure we argue our policies and point that has to do with the nation building. So thank you very much, just on that point, and to make sure that we understand what is happening. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have heard from the deputy talking about the female representation in this particular group we have today. I have not done the mathematical calculation to look at is 30% present here or not. But what we did, let me just quote, if my memory can serve me well, the words of President Bill in this very chamber of parliament, the opening of parliament, the sixth parliament. My colleagues were not here, so they are not able to read the minutes of the last meeting. But I can entreat them by making that quote for women. It is the spirit of commitment. It is the love of your nation. President Bill is the testament of love of your nation. He is the audacity of hope of this nation. He sacrificed his own life. Sacrificed his own personal ambition. Said, I prefer to sacrifice and grow with my friends and put the nation first. In that line, in the opening of Parliament, one of the paragraphs, I think page 2, my memory can serve me well, when we are about to bring women to our folds, and what we got by the first administration in the 5th Parliament in 2018 to 2023, when it came, with the positivity and the change that he brought after the 2023 elections, he said infusing women into our democratic space, bringing more women into the face of our democracy, forms the tapestry of our democracy. And it's just a supportive statement and commitment when he said, and he has been very consistent, even in the presidential address to this nation. The same paragraph, the numbering, I have said this, 133, 132, talking about women, empowering women of this nation. I can remember one of his statements. He said, if you empower a woman or a girl child, you have empowered a whole nation and you have changed the face of our nation. By collective drive, what he has done is to look at the composition of the cabinet and grade for the 30% of what he has done for women. Exactly. We have had a situation where only women brought to this chamber for approval. I have done that. Not women in nominal positions, but women in a very critical and in a forthright position, substantive role played by them. When you read their resume, I have read, for example, one of the nominees, a scientist. If you look at their profiles, comparatively, they are far better than some men brought to this house for approval. And even to this group we have, they have strong resumes. And they have worked in so many places. We don't do policies because we want to satisfy the public. But we roll out policy to change the dynamics, the trajectory of this country. Because you feel it, you know it. We don't do policy and come to talk about it because we want to satisfy those in the gallery. We try to roll out the policies based on what people are expecting. So because of his audacity of folk, His Excellency the President is very aware of what is happening. It's very difficult for you to embrace changes. But by time, you can't appreciate what he is doing. So in as much as he has helped us to make sure that we change the democratic face of this country, not only the business of one-sided issues, but it is a conglomerate of issues trying to have a point that these people who have dexterity in this nation to give them positions of responsibilities where they can deliver for us. As somebody said, I am the leader. Your resumes can help in shaping you to where you are going. But they cannot help you in trying to transform the ministry or the department that you are in. Because human beings are the most dynamic and difficult people you are going to deal with. Some of the positions you are going for or you are being appointed to, they are not as the way you can be regimental as for the generals that you are giving positions. That you give direct instructions and they are carried out. If they don't carry out, take some kind of punishment on them. You are going to the democratic institutions. There is a way you play around them. We talk about diplomacy, achievement of what you are doing. So the chemistry for us to succeed as Sierra Leoneans is simple. I have given all of the descriptions. If we want to succeed, change the dynamics and the trajectory under the new direction. That's what we say, the new direction. It has to be, for me, like simple, Mr. Speaker, is SLPP, cum APC, cum the parliament chiefs we have, which we refer to as the ordinary people in our own localities. The catalyst we have is good policies. What do we get? It enriches our democracy of this nation. That is the basic formula that we are using to change the face of this country. Mr. Speaker, that's why you are seeing progressive laws coming to this parliament. We have had challenges, but that cannot stop us to drive the progress of this nation. The fear of accident cannot stop us in doing the right thing or drive the car. But the fact, and because of hope we have in this nation, no matter what, with the formula I've given you, with our destinations are common. That's why, irrespective of the mantra, Osai Owai, the paramount chiefs who supports are from the grassroots, the nations first, turn to the SFPP, one country, one people. No matter the phase you change, there is only one thing we have, which is always enshrined in the manifestos that we present to the people. The faith, the destiny, and the transformation of this country is at the topmost of our agenda. Whether you are in the opposition, whether you are in the governing bench. That is what we are driving towards. So if you go to your offices, that's why I refused not to name an individual when I'm doing my description today. I'm going to end with constitutional provisions. And Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I'm going to read them deliberately before I take my seat. That we are not going to a position of trust because we are APC, SFPP, ETA. We are given the responsibility to deliver for this nation. That's why we said mixture, all this mixture. We have not looked at your card if you belong to APC or the SFPP. What we have looked at is your faces as Suraninia to deliver in the interest of this nation. I said you serve with dexterity, so you should be also happy to accept the expansion and innuendos when you take your offices. Don't say because they have advised or MPs are saying you cannot tolerate us, that is your opinion, do the good job. In the multilateral missions, you see all shades of people they are going to deal with. Don't ask them if you are SFPP, APC, or what are you. Are you Sierra? Yes, full stop. Are you do the job, Mr. Speaker? That is what you are supposed to do when you are in a position of trust. Positions are distributed based on service and based on merit. Yes, SO2, we that died for you, we're rotting for our pain. So we don't forget the political image. But in the aspect where we want to talk about nation building, the supra Sierra Leone is always taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we are mindful of the fact that when we do have presidential nominees, we are always careful of what we are doing. The descriptions are given to us of members of parliament, the penalties of words that do not fit us. Members of parliament represent you, our people. But difficult for them to understand the job that we do. That's why we have gallery filled with people. In that gallery, we have the members of the 4th Estate. There is no journalist under this administration designated by his profession, not by any other act. By his profession. So when we stand to speak in this chamber, we don't speak with malice. We speak with a true sense of patriotism. When we do our job, we make laws. We are the supreme body as enshrined in the Constitution, Section 105. We do our job. We allow the journalists to describe us in a very fair manner, not in a biased manner. That's why, Mr. Speaker, as a progressive parliament under the supervision, we have created a text for the civil society organizations to change the trajectory of this parliament, the people's house. The reason why we are doing it, if you want something you don't understand, ask us and we can explain. We are giving you the best as we can. When we give something, we receive something in return, Mr. Speaker. We are allowed bashing when we have done the wrong thing, but we are a very good listeners in terms of governing, without to discharge our teachers members of parliament. These nominees, sometimes when they are accountable, they do the right thing. They don't do the right thing. Hold us accountable if they are not doing the right thing. But we are fair enough, as my colleague on the other side said. Honorable Denekuma, your statement was very philosophical. When we started, they thought you are going to bash at the governing bench. But when you concluded from your premise, coming to your conclusion, I have my colleagues on the other side, senior government officials, saying a very philosophical and logical conclusion came to. That is sound, that is what we do. took governance, or when we are giving position of trust, they say we are too young to deliver in offices where we have given to. It is not the age that matters. It is your service that is discharged to this nation. The transformation in changing a trajectory from bad to good or for better. They have told us all the descriptions. They are going to label you with that description. They told Mr. Speaker that description, but we don't care. What we focus on as Iranians, our similarities are far greater than our differences. We live to celebrate the good things that we do. We pay less attention to the bad things and the belting of all adjectives against us. And we stand tall in this nation. And the generation yet to come, we talk about us one day. That is how we are going to be. And that is what we are going to stand for. Transformation, progressive laws. We allow them and we do amendments where necessary. That is what the parliament. The 6th parliament under Mr. Speaker. That is what we are going to do. And Mr. Speaker, we go on and on. I will talk and point to the facts on having this thing that we do. As I said, I will not use a Latin word, but a common word that a legal act cannot create a law. Ex juria, jus non oritur. Mr. Speaker, let me make a confession to you. Anytime we are lambasted for doing what they don't understand, that is the time I get a new spirit for my divine intervention from God. I'm a Catholic Christian. Sometimes when I get passionate, when I come as a knight in the chamber, there is a time I have the spiritual feeling to give my ways out. But Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, they come to us every day. These nominees sitting here, they are going, but they are going to leave the people with us. We have to give transport. We have to encourage them to take their whatever means of transportation to go home. That is our job. We are the people's representatives. We are set where we have it and give. Where we don't have, we give them the words of caution or courage. Mr. Speaker, that this is the people's home. So we encourage you, help this nation to change. Help this nation to grow. The only way you are giving a job, as somebody said, the paramount chief, I salute you. He says, 7 million people plus. You have President Bill in this free zone. Our other city of hope, the vanguard of the celebration of Israel in a very good fit, giving you these positions. If you can't see, I'm even up to 100, something like that, 30 something or 20 something. Not that you have the passions in which we can think about, but because it is the feeling of His Excellency and the decision that He has made within Himself, we believe with faith as a Catholic Christian. Let me give them a position of trust. So, let me now read section 61 of the Constitution before I take my seat. For me, I always want you to adhere to the rule of law. Not how you feel about me, but how do you uphold the rule of law so you can also help transform in this nation. But Mr. Speaker, let me read section 61 deliberately. And so those in the gallery, when you remove your family member from a position of trust, celebrate President Bill. Because he has given your family member to serve at the highest peak of the nation. Celebrate him. Don't bastardize President Bill. Don't talk ill about him. Today we are celebrating the gallery. Today we are all about beating drums in this place. But as is pleasing the president, he has appointed. As is pleasing the president, he will use section 61 to do his job. And section 61, side notes. The Constitution of Office. Section 61 of the 1991 Constitution, Act number 6. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution and of any Act of Parliament, the President may constitute offices for ceremony and make appointments to any such office and terminate any such appointment. That is the power given to the President. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I've read this, we have seen where people have served for over 5 years. Looking at other Serena who deserve to be in that office. You perform well, SO2. The President left to right if you be appointment. But as is pleasing the President, You perform in line when we are from the college. They are not going to say the person who pass. Those who satisfy their lecturers. And the scoreboard when I was from the college. They are giving references because you did not satisfy the lecturer. So you pass because you satisfy the lecturer. So that is a very big meaning. Let me now come to those who assume offices that they are giving to them and personalize those offices, and they can make affront to their bosses, especially when you have the ministers appointed at the same time with chairmen in particular offices. And the reason why I like this combination, you have paramount chiefs with honorary men and women. Correct? We are described in this chamber as honorary members of parliament and honorary paramount chiefs of parliament. So I describe this congregation of appointees as honorary members and the paramount chiefs who are mixing with them. Salute you. But Mr. Speaker, it's respectful for them to understand section 62 of the Constitution. And let me read. It is not for Honorable Numa telling you to do the right thing. I did not hire you. And as much as we can, I did not also try to embarrass with my committee members. If you coach the standing orders, I will sit down completely. I will obstructed. So
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to proceed. But with the leave of my leader, I want to suspend SO52 so the business of the House will continue. Thank you very much. You cannot second it.
Any second that?
I so second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, as you have heard, there is an innovator in this process of approval today. The nominee, there is an innovator. It's let them go and read. We have lawyers, we have paramount chiefs. But let me tell you, irrespective of how you behave to them, irrespective of nomenclature you give to them, whether positive or negative nomenclature, one said, it is not easy to bring a good man down. That's what we carry as people who take mantle of office to discharge their responsibility. So in the line of your duty, as enshrined in section 62 of the 1991 Constitution, Act 6. Let me read. Where any minister has been charged with the responsibility for any department of government, he shall exercise general direction and control over the department, and subject to such direction and control, the department shall be under the supervision of the permanent secretary, whose office shall be public office. Mr. Speaker, we don't need a judge to interpret that provision. You know the minister has an overwhelming control of his or her ministry. To the point of the fact that they are telling you that he has direct supervision, direct role. The permanent secretary are just an administrative body between the ministers and that of the other sector within the ministry. So, like here for the ambassadors and high commissioners, their boss is the foreign minister. There are rules governing them. And you cannot say because I'm directly having direct contact with the president, I am bringing investors to this country. You don't seek permission to come to Freetown. You don't ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs to do the job. Not because that is the procedure, it's the procedure you go through, which of course must be observed. And Mr. Speaker, it is good for me to highlight some of these things as enshrined in the Constitution. As I've said, I have not singled out anybody where I have given them an overwhelming praises so that they can understand from where they are coming from and where they are going. Some of you can be a full stop straight, you are going to land. Some of you can go to find it very difficult to understand. For those who are giving an upwards and downwards decisions, praise be to God. I admire some of them. Courageous enough to take these positions because they serve in the state of Sierra Leone. Not where you want to belong, but what you want to offer for this nation. What have you offered? Not what the nation has given to you. Come and offer with all your knowledge. I thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for your numerous contributions. Thank you, my paramount chiefs, for making contribution, making it at the apex of this approval. I give you words of advice. So it shall be. So, members of the opposition, what you have said, we can take in a very good fit. So it shall be. We also are giving philosophical statement. Let it be that way. And let who have in mind thought to deduce the logical statement coming from my colleagues, so shall it be. When you give something, expect something in return. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the fourth report reflects a unanimous view of the committee. I therefore move that this honorable House hereby approve the presidential nominee presented to me. Thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the question is that the fourth report of the second session of the 6th Parliament of the Committee on Appointments and the Public Service be adopted by the House, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The public service has been approved.
Yes, nominates. Nominates. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate you on your approval by the House of Parliament. Before you go, let me sound a note of caution. The offices you are going to were once occupied by Sierra Leoneans. And I don't want to mince my words. When you go to these offices, you are going to meet members of your staff who will be resistant to change. Sierra Leoneans once upon a time occupied these offices, but this nation has been going in circles. Every year we make budget allocations, but nothing much has changed. It is my plea that when you go to your offices, do something different. We have existed as an independent nation for over 60 years. There isn't much to adapt. It is my plea to you, in as much as I want to take the opportunity to congratulate you when you go to your offices. Please, for God and country, do something different. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I am going to stand this House down for 1 hour to allow members of Parliament to refresh. For 1 hour, and to allow the Leader of Government Business to do his job. So this House is stood down for exactly 1 hour.
I mean, what is that?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Yongulo.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, you not usually go to travel.
Yes, very good.